again, just navigating to my character.
Oh, fuck
I have it on
me.
my cell phone as well. Oh, you have your audio on your monitor?
Oh, you need to click the button on that one. It's got tracking and all the stats.
Info button. Camera.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Yeah, that button.
Info. That's good. Yep, it's fine.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, because apparently we can't get on the airs without some sort of gremlins causing problems, and I blame Scabbard because he sucks at his job.
Womp womp.
So, welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We're officially opening the doors for today's game. What the fuck? Sit down.
Uh-huh.
Good boy.
There we go. Did you want the tripod in the picture?
No.
Oh.
So, we're officially opening the doors for tonight's session. Sorry we were running a little bit late because apparently we can't have a single game without something going catastrophically wrong.
Why do you always look at me when you say shit like that?
Dude, you're the one that had to sweep up the mess that Manny made.
Yeah, that's because you guys held me at knife point.
Look,
I tried to leave.
it never would have happened if you were just paying attention in the first place.
That's like the...
You were
Wow.
the one
I know
walking
that's weird.
backwards.
It's weird hearing that come from me. Yes.
Yes, when you're walking backwards, I should be the one paying attention.
So, for announcements, we are off for the next 2 weekends
I believe so, yes.
for holidays.
Let me double check.
And when we come
Any
back,
drinkies.
the recap is going to be about as messy as, you know, I'm going to try not to say anything because that'll get us demonetized.
Can
Fair enough.
confirm it would be the 4th and the 11th.
Outside of that, the other announcement we have is we can hold up a big wah for Wizards of the Coast as the Deck Many Things physical release has been pushed back.
At least it was just pushed back and not outright canceled.
Dude, it's WotC. Like, we love WotC, but cards are like their things. How do you mess that up? They have an entire line that is just cards.
They have more than just a line.
Multiple lines.
Oh,
Maybe that was the problem. Somebody was doing lines.
God.
Oh,
You know, we're
man.
never going to get sponsored by them. Or
Anyone else for that matter.
I can see the people over at Pathfinder being like, you know, their sense of humor is like,
At least people would recognize, yes, we do have a sense of humor.
It's just sometimes
So-
a little dark.
with the announcements
Some
aside,
Huh?
yes, we'll be gone for the next 2 weekends, but we'll be back. We do plan on maybe doing some set updates here. Maybe Manny might actually have bangs. He doesn't have to hide under a hat anymore.
Oh, yeah, no. Barbara absolutely screwed that up. Still pissed off on that one.
At what point in time, because you've gotten a few kind of fucked up haircuts, do
Hey,
you go to the
Manny.
same barber each
Manny.
time?
When you go to the barber, do you just walk in and you're like, hold on, before you do that, and you put on a red nose?
Look, I used to have a
Make this
dedicated
work.
barber back when I lived over in the Glendale area, but now that I'm over here, I can't justify the 2 to 3 hour drive anymore.
At what point in time were you just going to say the hell with it and just get like the clippers and like one and just
Wait. Are we saying that he's just going to like completely shave, completely, you know, like cue ball, and then just color it in with Sharpie every week?
quick raise of hands? Would that be the weirdest thing he's ever done?
Hey, being
No.
bald is fun.
Hey, based off of lunch today, No, we're not going to discuss that story
I'm
until
still
break.
so upset about that.
So, with that, we're going to jump into our recap, and everybody seemed to like how we do recap last week, right? Less
Yeah, I
like
liked it.
single person, more organic.
Yep.
Chime in with, oh shit, I remember what happened
So-
next.
somebody start something and go kind of thing.
All right. Hey, thank you for volunteering, Nikolai.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Go.
Well, this will be out of order, but because it's still the funniest thing I remember is when Millum like messaged everybody in the family about that Nikolai said, "Hey, take a moment and have dinner with me." And it's like it's just fucking hilarious, and then like everybody's freaking the fuck out.
You realize how abnormal that is.
that was the.
We
capture
assumed there was
Nikolai's
some
day.
serious case of head trauma.
But anyways, Nikolai's day started out pretty normal, figuring out that all the efforts to build the stage for the barbecue presentation are going perfectly fine. No crazy bullshit happening, so
It's driving him nuts.
I guess it's fortunate that Maya has not made me roll any dice for it. So
Roll for sanity. Everything's going fine.
and then made his way to speak with Cog, finding out that the relationship with Cog is not in jeopardy or damaged. And in fact, she has invited him to the Gnomish Ball at the end of the year, which is like just making his day because of the repairs that he has to do with the what relationships with the gnomes after the copy of his father destroyed everything.
Plot twist, it's a secret assassination.
Further plot twist. It was Nikolai the whole time.
Future Nikolai traveled back in time.
Oh God, the Back to the Future paradox.
Unfortunately, I don't quite recall what happened after dinner with Millum, unless that was when we met the.
You
You had
went
to
to the-
convince everybody else in the family who showed up that no, everything's fine. I didn't get hit in the head. Nobody's holding me at knife point. Nobody's gonna die.
But yeah, he was at dinner waiting to be able to spend some time with Cog, to talk to her about personal religious stuff, using her as counsel. But she never showed up. I guess she was too busy. It's fine, whatever. We try again next day or whatever. But I think the next morning is when we met the emissary
Yeah.
to the burning temple that's going to go with us when we leave.
Still don't know how to
When we
pronounce that name.
finally leave. Sorry.
And
But I don't remember what happened after that.
yeah, I remember Cayenne getting manhandled during that. She cracked her face open. It's like nobody touched me, and the emissary is just like, "Upsy daisy."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Cayenne got uppies, and then some comments were made about the emissary's physical appearance.
That's right. That Cayenne got hungover because of her drinking binge with
Rage drinking.
with the coin.
Rage drinking
Rage
with coin.
And
It was part of a coin's secret stash.
and
Actually,
was it
let me roll
was it,
something real quick here.
Scav that said like I can do lay on hands to like remove that hangover, and Cayenne threatened physical harm if he did so. But then the emissary says you're gonna just have to deal with it.
Between you and Coin, you guys had 15 drinks of her own mix.
Oh Christ!
I hear you like alcohol poisoning.
So that's about all I remember.
Yeah. Anybody else want to chime in with stuff?
It may have been Mongo's fault for the rage drinking.
Wait until your sister finds out you're the catalyst for the rage drinking.
You're gonna turn you into a flea.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Cayenne.
Cayenne heard about what Mongo had said to Coin, so she thought, "I'ma take Coin. We're going to the Druid Circle."
You also got to
And-
meet Grandpa.
Yes, I did. That happened when a human gave me an amulet at the table because they were looking at the um, custom shot glasses essentially that Scav made, and Cayenne was preparing to do her own druidic thing with them. She thought he was going to purchase them for some reason, and then he just disappeared and he left the amulet behind. So she decided she's going to go to her realm to identify deeper into this amulet, which turns out that the human that met Cayenne is her grandfather, and he approves of Lomion, and at the ceremony, he is going to gift Cayenne with the ability to actually say a proper farewell to her parents.
That is an awesome gift, actually.
It's a
Time to
stressful
talk.
gift.
Time to have a chat with mommy and puppy. That's fucking dope.
It may or may not result in throwing hands and hooves.
I don't think she's even told Osling about that yet.
Yes,
Yes, you
yes, you
did.
did, and
You're
Osling
right.
was not too
Osling
happy
is
about it.
definitely going to.
She nearly
Bring the
ripped a book
violence.
in half.
yeah.
Oh
She
yeah,
was
that's
going.
right. I saved a book.
Yeah, she was
And made
she was
Kippa
going to go to
happy.
talk to a friend, I guess, on like how to prevent herself from going all rage on grandpa or on mom and dad when that happens.
In a way, you acted as the voice of reason for her.
Yes. I remember that now. She was very, very aggro. She wanted to rip book in half and was like, no, no, no,
Oh
no
yeah.
breaking.
You also delivered a personal message from the Archdruid directly to Scav.
Yep. That basically he needs to get off his scaly butt and he needs to go down there himself, as anyone is welcome within the Druid Circle.
Your invite got turned into Kindle.
He didn't know that she couldn't see.
Noble Kindle, it's the best kind.
That's actually kind of
I
funny.
can see how that can like be a fun thing for some people to do. Is bird noble summings like fuck you.
There's a lot of cool stuff that happened for Cayenne.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, buddy?
Kippa showed Scav our personal library. And quite a library it is. By no means complete just yet, but in time will be. Also, Scav and Kippa shared a little bit of information, and had a really interesting meeting with Lumion and Cayenne in regards towards the security, since Scavard was appointed head of security for the barbecue festival for Feisty, and got to meet Lumion's shadows. And then after a meeting with the shadows, we went ahead and sent out invitations beforehand to all the guild leaders to try and bring the whole city together to work together on this, and basically like show the world, since pretty much the world's going to be there, like, hey, we are here and we're good at what we do. But that was a really interesting meeting because they are really quirky individuals, let's say that much. What else? Let's see. Also, I'm trying to remember exactly. We literally just talked about this.
Goldfish memory.
Sometimes I think goldfish have better memory.
Sometimes that's just the way it plays out. I'm trying to remember.
Well, you try to remember Tom.
What?
With silence,
What?
dude.
How did you fuck up your relationship?
Yeah, with words.
Literally, it was words.
Oh yeah, you got to meet your future mother-in-law.
Yeah. Well, first it started off with Mongo finally giving Coin back that which Ace munched on.
Yeah.
Which somehow confused the shit out of Coin.
Wait, did you get the copy yet?
But ultimately, once she kind of calmed down and realized, like, oh, I don't think she fully understood. Like, no, Mongo was just trying to effectively right something that went wrong. So she gave him the cup that she was drinking at, which can like cast Purify drink once a day, and it happens to be a crystal skull mug, which is pretty awesome. And then the rest of the meal went fine, but then later, shit went sideways. Mongo finally got to tell Coin what Kippa had told him. And yeah, Coin's first response was, fuck, what? And summon her mother. Yeah, so Mongo got to meet his future mother-in-law. And then Coin went on a rage drinking binge. Thankfully, Cayenne was there to help.
That's what I'm here for.
And that's when we also found out Coin has a special bag of holding that she can put her little drinkies in and they won't spill.
It's pretty cool.
It really is.
So no matter what kind of container they're in, they go in bag and they come out the same way. Yeah, after that Sonny had no idea what the hell was going on. But yeah, after that, Mongo basically just got to try to put pieces back together, and that didn't work. So his first order of business is go locate Coin and see how she's doing.
I remember Scavard finally finished the last of the wooden shot glasses for Coin and Mongo to be blessed by her nature magic. She's technically a goddess. And yeah, it was the hidden library, the invitations to the guild leaders, the meeting with Lumion in the shadows, and the shot glass thing. And then we met the emissary.
And that's when Cayenne got a piece from the emissary.
After a hilarious faceplant into a table.
The table may have broken a little bit.
Great
Got
way.
some front teeth marks of Cayenne now forever embedded in it.
Remarkable first impression with the emissary of the burning temperament. Could be worse. Could be much worse.
That table is blessed with a divine bite.
So is that going to help with termites if the termites decide to eat the table? The table will bite back?
Dude, it's a marble table that has a metal rim around the edge.
Oh, there was one other thing that is kind of important that we didn't bring up. And it was something that happened with Cayenne, actually. And that was learning the history and purpose of, like, Fott's unique headdress that he had.
More fought, more.
Mhm.
Nobody cares. Moving on. It's just fought.
I care. I care so much that Fought received a gift from Cayenne that was, I believe she gave him that this bone flute that she got, and he played a I believe it was a funeral song of his people.
Yep, and you got a gift from Fod as well in exchange.
Yes, I'm trying to remember what that is off the top of my head.
Was one of the intricate bone carvings. So you can only assume might have been a
Yes.
bone from one of his
Oh
siblings
yeah.
or family
Yes.
members.
It was a blessing in their type of in their runes.
But is a precious gem that needs to be protected by all means necessary.
and now that gift is a basically a trinket that's on her headdress.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it's so weird having two different histories.
Well,
Histories.
Yeah. For the campaign world.
alternate timelines.
Two different timelines.
Yeah, two different timelines. Yeah. Yeah, this one takes place in the future of the home game, right?
Of the the home game. Let's see. Okay.
Could always
'cause
do the mirror universe too.
There's two different versions of the Burning Temperament. I have two sets of notes. One is called present, one's called past, and it's like, oh my god, which am I reading today?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Year ago, we did that in the pre-stream stuff. That was so much fun. I wanted to do that more. Evil Nikolai. It was kind of
So,
fun.
jumping back into this, you guys are currently present with Kippa, Sir Mir, and of course, you guys are present to speak with the emissary and get to know about the Burning Temperament and the do's and don'ts that currently set in place by it. And turn your mic in slightly more towards you. It is cockeyed a little bit. There you go. My OCD. Huh?
Not like people can't.
Pull a Manny. What?
What?
So, with that, we're gonna go ahead and jump into this. What was the place they said you guys had to go to in Burning Temperament?
I don't remember that there was a specific place that we
I don't think a place was ever actually mentioned.
Okay.
We were using the
Yeah.
burning temperament to get to the fire plane.
That's
The
what it was.
The Realm of Fire. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there wasn't like a specific like location, like an actual name of a place outside of the Burning Temperament.
The only thing we knew is that the only way for us to get to the fire plane was the safest path being through the burning temperament.
So, you're there, and Kippa's like, "This is your emissary. I expect you to heed her words well, as you're going into her land, and we can't offer you any safe passage if you disobey the rules. You're at the mercy of their laws."
Okay. Well, what
And,
rules do we need to know?
She looks over and she's like, "First of all, I'm going to be blunt about this, and none of you are going to like it. All the governing rules are written by tieflings."
Okay.
I see no issues with this.
Neither do I. What's there not to like? They're very direct and have.
Tieflings are, well, my people are known to be devils. You know the infamous saying that,
Devils in the details.
yes.
Yes, but
Very
with them,
much
you
so.
at least you know what you're
I've also
dealing
heard
with.
that tieflings tend to like put loopholes in contracts for their benefit.
Oh, of course
to
we
the
do.
Detriment of the other assignee.
Why wouldn't we? It makes perfect sense. If you're too stupid to read the contract verbatim, then it's your fault for signing it.
Lori Kippa, I suppose we've read her contract, right?
And the tiefling kind of scowls a bit. She's like, "Yes," and she's had specialists read it, including the ones that are banned from the Burning Temperament.
So we're good, right, Kippa?
Kippa's like, "That's the first stipulation that any fox folk, specifically kitsunes, are banned from the Burning Temperament. Mainly because of their ins and outs on how to basically dismantle tiefling contracts."
All right. So,
The tiefling's like, yes, you will not see any of the fox folk or the glittery fox folk within our lands.
There's glittery fox.
It was like kitsunes.
Like the one that we met within the Astral Sea.
Ah,
The other thing is that
true fox.
in the endless trial, or also the continent of the burning temperament, tieflings are basically the land rulers there. The land primarily, apparently, it's complicated and a very delicate situation. So the burning temperament houses quite a few different species. Billy folk, orcs, and tieflings, as well as a few types of Aarakocra. The bird folk, mainly of the carrion sort. However, the orcs were the ones to primarily set up things, and through history, tieflings have kind of made themselves prominent there because, well, orcs are. I don't mean to insult anybody that knows an orc. Orcs are stupid. And our people have established our devices to take advantage of this. I was raised in a house there. That's why I speak of such ways. I try to monitor the way I speak in front of others, but when you're raised with such ideals, you tend to follow such speaking ideals. So I forgive myself for that.
Okay.
You're going to see orcs in a very strict caste system below tieflings. You're not to try to elevate them or change their life. That is punishable by jail time and possibly death, depending on what you do. The other thing is that any sort of form of water creation or water manifestation is illegal. You need to have a written contract to be able to produce water or provide water within the burning temperament. Water is highly controlled there by one of the tiefling houses.
How
You
do
can't-
we procure such a contract?
Well, you have to go to the house, inquire about it, and pay a substantial fee and agree to the terms and conditions to provide water.
So
You may purchase water, at, of course, with the additional fees because you are outsiders to the burning temperament. And with that, you will get the water that you require, a license to actually purchase water, which has already been acquired by your empress. But you are not to sell water or provide water freely to anyone. That is against the law.
okay. So does that mean that travel in the burning temperament, we're out in the wilderness, we've run out of water, that someone is going to know that we've created water?
See,
Or
that's
is
where
it
it gets
just don't do it in front of someone?
that's where it gets complicated. You can provide water for your own group. You will have a certain level of diplomacy. But anyone that you come across, you are not to provide water to them unless you have a right to sell it to them.
Well, see, there's only one thing I know about the burner, that it has that name for a very good reason. It's very hot. And I wasn't too worried about it because I can manage most of the problems I can imagine in a hot environment, including the provision of water for myself and my party. Is my equipment going to be seized and I can't use
The
it?
question that I provide onto you is very simple. Do you plan on to provide water to anybody but the people that are sitting here?
I don't plan to. However, straight honestly,
Shit goes wrong, and We tried to make the best of a bad situation.
Don't plan to, but straight honestly, it'll probably happen.
So what exactly are the consequences so that way we can better prepare for them?
You're going to face substantial fees. Onto that, possible jail time and imprisonment, or possibly execution, depending on how bad they are, or whoever you end up in front of as a judge.
So, do the powers that be put people in place to trap water providers?
Oh, it's monitored quite heavily. There are eyes and ears everywhere to make sure that water is controlled.
Just saying, we find somebody out in the wilderness who's parched and going to die if they don't get water within the next few minutes. Is that possibly a trap?
That is, they have not gotten the adequate water and they deserve to die.
But is it possibly a trap that has been put there to trap people providing water to people who need water?
We simply do not have the resources to trap people in such ways. It's beneath us.
Okay.
But there is a chance that a bird or a crow sitting on a fence could actually see that and report it back to the emissary.
Okay.
So, in other words, if any creature or if any person asks for water, you simply don't give it to them.
Correct.
You ignore that they exist and continue going.
Correct.
That might complicate things.
Yeah, no, I'm
So-
pretty sure we're gonna wind up in jail.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
the
Indeed.
weather
It
that you're
sucks. I'm too
looking
cute
at,
for jail.
the weather you're looking at, on average, we range about 120 during the day and
Okay,
high
so it's
90s
Phoenix.
at night.
All year round?
Yes. Summertime, we tend to get up to 140, maybe 150.
It is winter time right now in the burning temperament?
No, it's usually, well, the burning temperament is located in a very fun place. So we're constantly usually in direct rotation of the sun. We never move from it. So during the winter time, well, we're about 120 degrees, but we're far enough away. It's summertime, so pack accordingly.
I have a question about the do's and don'ts of magic that is allowed and what is not allowed.
Oh, and what is that?
Just simply, are there any type of spells that are strictly forbidden?
None that are strictly forbidden. Just don't go making an ocean to provide people water, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
Would I have any potential problems there, being a paladin?
Do you plan on breaking our laws?
Depends on whether or not it would cause me to break an oath to my deity.
I
Oh,
recommend
well,
as a
that holy water
paladin,
that you make might be an issue.
from one paladin to another, I recommend you keep your eyes averted from those that are in trouble, because it is not your place within our lands to make judgment calls.
Right. We ship him in a box.
It might be best.
Will we be traveling through places where these are going to be extremely complicated possibilities?
You'll be traveling through various towns and such, and simply do as your centaur friend recommended. Hippo looks over. Look, I tried to appeal to the burning temperament to make some sort of allegiance, and they don't want any of it. They don't agree with our rules. But I did get you diplomacy to be able to travel through to go to and from where you need to go. This is very delicate. They are not allies. They are simply just allowing you to pass through.
Mm-hmm. So, if I may inquire, Lady Fear, are you obligated to report on our
Sorry, I got so distracted by the chat. Paladin in a box. A Barovian delight for all children.
That's pretty great. Whoever came up with that.
Oh, I love our chat. Okay, what was that?
Seems like one of Strahd's or Victor's little toys when he was a kid. Instead of a jack in a box, it's just a pallet in a box.
Corpse of a paladin pops out.
If the lady here, are you
Oh.
obligated?
Are you
to
okay
report
with knowing
all
that's your future?
activities that you witness?
Yes.
Okay. Are you obligated, required, or otherwise interested in taking action against us should we inadvertently?
She's here to help, but she's not exactly on our side.
She sits up and she puts her elbows on the table and leans forward. I'll be very blunt with you. You break any of our rules, I have full authorization to execute you on the spot.
Just trying to understand where everything is.
It's a very delicate situation, one that requires a certain bit of finesse. Obviously, we're strangers in a strange land in this situation, but we do have a duty as well. We'll do our best to abide by the laws of the Burning Temperaments, but we cannot guarantee that we won't strike anyone down should they try to impede the progress, considering how delicate the situation is. So long as we don't have any trouble, you shouldn't have any trouble.
Translation: we're going to try to stay out of trouble. It's going to happen, but we're going to try. Just wondering, is it impolite to actually make like a bingo card to see which one of us winds up in jail first?
The other things that you will see are possibly nefarious acts against people there. You're going to have to avoid those delicately. Orcs are not the friendliest of bunch, much less to themselves. They will never raise a hand to a tiefling as the tiefling holds their leash and their coin and their livelihoods in their hands. However, to each other and those that they deem lesser than them, I don't recommend interfering.
Oh, we're so going to get in trouble.
If they may approach you to purchase something, be warned, they're very direct. If you offer them food, they will sample it before actually purchasing it. It is their custom.
That's a deep dive. We'll talk about in the chat there. or in Discord.
So, you will be entering the Burning Temperament from the bridge into the Hells, as it is called.
Okay. Another question: is there acts of charity or kindness or
That was a good one.
friendly activities that are not illegal in the Burning Temperament?
Spend coin as you see freely in many of the gambling games. Pay
Not a-
tribute to the Queen of the Orcs in blood and death.
I'm sorry, what?
I was more referring to helping another person.
Oh, I'm sure that people would happily accept coin to pay off their debt towards the courts.
So somebody needs water, it's not illegal to give them coin to procure one.
Just don't be discreet about it. Simply say that they're going to give you a service, such as a foot massage in exchange for coin. However they spend that coin is up to them.
So it has to be an exchange, it can't be charitable.
No. Nothing in the Burning Temperament is of a charitable nature.
Okay.
So you can pay, if somebody's dying of thirst, you can pay somebody, give them a few coins to get the fuck out of your way, and if they choose to spend it on water, they live.
How much does a day's ration of water cost usually?
For the Burning Temperament,
Mm-hmm.
a single gold piece.
Boy.
All right, so we're gonna have to bring some gold coins with us.
Hmm.
That's the only way we're gonna
Right.
avoid.
The first one
Causing
going
too
to
much
jail
trouble.
is going to be Nikolai. Oh shit! I said that out loud. I'm sorry.
Per the rules of diplomacy that we've granted you, you will be able to procure water at a reduced cost that others don't have to tend with. A week's worth of water's rations for your group will cost 1 platinum per week.
Is it?
Shit.
No.
Sorry, I'm only
Go ahead.
asking. I know in certain areas, a standard platinum piece runs slightly different. Like a gold piece from one area might be considered as valuable as a platinum piece in another.
Oh, you're asking about the exchange rates of our lands. Well, as the Burning Temperament holds itself to a high standard, all other outside coin sources are only worth half their amount.
Yeah, but have we made the proper coin exchange for the Burning Peppermint coin?
Kippus, it's just kind of face bumps. She's like, I've made all the arrangements. Everything is taken to. This is a formality so that I don't have to go through the diplomatic channels and have a headache of bailing you out of jail, much less an execution.
You are planning to have to do it, though, aren't you?
I feel like that would be a pretty wise idea. To...
I know a certain cat that would love to eat you if you fuck this up.
Well,
Bless my language.
in order to do so, they'd have to get me out of prison.
He looks over to you, Cayenne. Cayenne, do you think Lumion can handle an assassination in a foreign land inside a jail cell without anybody knowing?
With how she saw his temper,
Yeah,
I
but
would,
I understand
would
that you've
say
probably thought of everything, but
easily
I can't read
enough.
your mind, so questions have to be had.
Of course they do, Nikolai, and I know you're not stupid as my husband sometimes.
Guilty as charged.
Sir Mir looks over and he's just kind of like, and he reaches in his he has a goblet in front of him. And he reaches in and pulls out a piece of ice and hands it over to you, Scav.
Take it. Ice cube to chew on.
I'm thinking he handed you the ice cube to help take care of the burn.
Oh no, I know. That's why I'm chewing on the ice.
So we'll be able, we'll be able to take plenty of actual currency.
Yes, I've already done the exchange rate, and you don't have to worry about the numbers. I do.
Alrighty.
So something else we're gonna have to do is get in and out in a hurry.
Our best bet, honestly, is to avoid any form of major civilization.
Not going to happen. We were just told we'll have to be traveling through towns and cities.
I'm just saying
Would
we
that
have a
necessar-
tendency to kind of not travel very quickly.
What?
The diplomat speaks up. Look, I've been assigned to you. I will be traveling with you. You will be entering through the gates. From there, you'll be in the first major city. From there, we're traveling to a place that I'd rather not go. But we have to go there.
Would it be necessary to go through the cities if we just travel by the maw?
No. Airships are not permitted to fly over the Burning Temperament.
Wasn't that the entire plan, to take them off to the Burning Temperament to actually get to the fire plane?
Kippa
To,
looks
to
over.
get to the burning temperament, but once
Look,
there, they're not allowed.
Once
to
we
use
got
airships.
into the logistics of everything on how this has to play out, it got a lot more complicated than any of you actually can stomach. I've had to pull a few strings. I've had to make obligations. I've had to sit in a lot of meetings with very angry people that want nothing to do with us to arrange this.
Okay.
I've endured threats, I've endured curses, and many other things that you are not privy to arrange this. And I've also had to put my dignity on the line as well and swallow my pride.
We'll try not to get arrested too many times.
At this moment, with this kind of situation, I am not above cutting my losses if you get fucked out there.
So we won't be using them all to go into
No.
going in there by ourselves.
I can understand the lady's anger. Feisty little dragon.
Oh no, if I see somebody else.
We've also arranged carpet transportation for the remainder of the way. It'll be very comfortable. With also arranging things to make you more comfortable along the travel as well. We know some of you don't do so well in warmer temperatures. So there will be things to protect your feet. We will be going through the desert of, well, let's just say it's like walking on hot coals and burning glass.
Something tells me some of our resources we won't be able to take with us. At least not safely.
What are you talking about?
Black powder,
Which is
flammable. We can keep
in
it stored in
magical bags.
We can keep it stored in magical containers, Nikolai, but once we get to specific areas that might get too hot or, the plane of fire, be entirely unusable to us.
Or you just have to use it in a
Or
different
just
manner.
be careful.
So when you folks get to the actual passage to go into the realm of fire, I will be waiting in the town on the outside of that gate, as I don't want to go there, even though that, granted, it's not that bad for me, but there are certain times when you have to be indoors or you're facing, 500 plus degree weather outside.
Yeppo, do we have arrangements for traversal?
Or at least, not bursting into flames.
It was like I said, this has been a logistical nightmare for me.
Understand?
I've procured potions of fire resistance, and the hardest one and the most I'm still working on it. I hope I can get them. Is they're referred to the cloaks of cool. They will help with the sunny weather that they have there. There will also be comfort boots provided for you, Bongo, and the others, so that your feet don't become liquid or ash.
Greatly appreciate it.
Cayenne, we have something similar for you as well.
Horseshoes of don't get burnt.
The burning temperament is not a welcoming place. They don't like outsiders. They don't like anyone messing with the status quo.
We're so fucked.
Wait till they get a load of us.
Right.
Scabbard,
First, second, third, fourth.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Our absolute best.
some of their rituals that they do there will make you question and fight against your oath to help people. You're going to have to stow your paladin ways and simply walk away. Things that I've heard within the meetings are grim, to say the least.
I'm going into this as this is strictly a business trip. We're not there to make allies. We're not there to make friends. We're not there to help people. We're strictly there for business. Go in, get our work done, leave.
Strictly get in, get out. The less we talk to people, the better.
Exactly.
The diplomat's like, unfortunately, that is the safest thing to do. The temperament is very hostile. due to certain
Oh, good, I do have that spell.
religions. To be honest, a lot of the temperament comes from tieflings, of course. The houses would try to do their best as far as a certain level of allowing outsiders to visit the temperament. However, the orc matron, the ruler of the orcs, sees otherwise.
And you said we have to pay tribute to her
You could have to.
in
It's
blood
not a-
or death. Could you be a little more specific?
Oh, that's
Fight and win or fight and die.
Oh, yes.
Like
Orcs.
our blood we have to give her, or
Orcs tend to believe in a might or none type of society. Is that if you can't prove that you're worthy of living, then you deserve to die. And it's not uncommon to see some orcs going at it to kill each other and pay tribute to their matron. So if you see one of these scowls going on, it is recommended that you avoid it and just. However, you can actually bet on it, it's encouraged.
oh, we're gonna get in so much trouble.
Okay.
So, any other questions about my homeland?
When do we leave?
Kip is like, in a few weeks, you have things to tide over.
All right.
What is the law on druids there?
Honestly, there's not a lot of your kin there. However, they're actually quite celebrated. They're considered a wondrous thing within the Burning Temperament, as well, we have heat, sand, molten glass, and several dead trees. So having a druid there that can bring some sort of life to the Burning Temperament is kind of wondrous. Don't expect to see a lot of green there. A lot of the local plant life likes to murder people because they too want liquids.
Why am I not surprised?
This actually intrigues me.
There's also the
course it does.
wandering willow trees. There are these boniest type of hollow trees that have like a lot of holes within them. Wind howls through them at night. Sounds like a wailing group of orcs, so riding to war. But these trees tend to migrate across the Burning Temperament depending on the temperature. And
Is it like the wandering cacti?
very much so.
That's actually pretty cool.
What are that's a good question to let me bring that up. What are some of the flora and fauna that we absolutely need to be aware of?
Well, let's see. Well, you're an outsider, so you wouldn't know the common stories of things to avoid. Basilisks are one of them that you should probably avoid at all costs.
Yeah, I heard of basilisks.
Oh, fun. I have. I actually have a tooth of one. They're not a fun thing to deal with.
You can do a nature cayenne to understand it. You can try to do a nature as well to see if you've heard of it.
This one I actually know about because of Kilo.
I'm taking
Oh,
a
we go.
guess that I've heard rumors of what they might be called, but I don't know a thing about them with an 8.
That's a
Oh.
10.
But
And I
then,
share what I know from everything that Kilo has told me about them.
did I tell you about it on the air?
Yes, actually.
Basilisk, yeah. Basilisk.
Imagine a creature.
Huh?
Oh, did you say yes?
Go ahead.
Imagine a creature that can literally turn you to stone. Just pure petrification.
Well, we have somebody who can get us stoned.
No, as in literally turned into rock. They're a very terrible thing to deal with. And
Basilisks, for those that are uncivilized about them, they're about the size of a large horse. Rather flat bodies. They have a larger head and a larger maw, reptilious in nature. Rather giant, sharp teeth, and their bite will cause your body to turn to stone, in which they will plummet to death and drink the essence from the stone, the liquid from the stone. It's a terrible way to die.
That sounds good.
They tend to live under the topsoil of the sand to avoid heat. So don't go jumping on rocks because you might land on a basilisk.
Is there any, in case we do end up getting attacked by one, is there an easy way or, things to avoid other than, the whole stone thing?
Well, they have 6 limbs. And between those limbs are large, I guess you can refer to them as skin flaps, that they wrap around their prey and then bite down on them and suffocate them and crush them into pebbles to easier digest into their gullet. Don't get caught by one.
very, very thick armor that could break teeth.
Yeah, essentially. Heavily armored on the outer side, but the underside is rather squishy.
So that's the way to defeat them, if you happen to
Yes.
cross paths.
For those that are small within the group, if you can navigate through their teeth and not get marred by any of their teeth or their saliva, they're very susceptible to damage within their mouth. However, any of their saliva or their teeth and ventum will turn you to stone.
Right, get them to swallow a bomb and get the fuck out.
Or if you're going to get swallowed, go straight down.
We, of course, have our carrion type of critters as well. Vultures of all sorts. Small lizards of all sorts.
I have a feeling one of those fucking
Hearing
bugs is
about
gonna try to
vultures
kill
gets
me.
the cayenne excited.
We have crows and ravens. We also have marching blade ants. Don't get those in your boots.
Marching what?
Blade ants.
Is there anything in the Burning Temperament not trying to kill us?
The docks, usually. Unless you get a Wilper and suddenly it wants to attack the docks, but that rarely ever happens.
This is gonna be fun. So much fun.
So, I'm just gonna go off on a limb here. I'm going to assume that the temperament of the creatures within the Burning Temperament is much like the wildlife of Australia.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like it.
Oh,
It's
there's
got
also
trees that'll kill you, so yeah.
there's the giant funnel spiders. They only
No.
usually come out.
No.
They usually only come out at night, and they're fairly easy to spot, as that their holes are the size of about a dwarf or no.
Oh, my favorite.
So will we
Okay.
be traveling by established road, or will we be needing to go through the wilderness?
Oh, we're going through the wilderness. I'm taking you the most direct route to get to where you need to go.
Is that a better option, or is that just the most convenient option?
1, it keeps you out of trouble. 2, it's convenient for me and gets me away from the cities and the rustle and bustle of the cities and the markets.
Let's be honest, our chances traveling through the wilderness are probably better than going through all the cities.
Oh, we have another kind of spider that haunts our cities, but they're far and few. Their orcs tend to like them as a meal. We've come into the understanding of cremation within our city because, well, these spiders. they hibernate within children's heads and then decapitate the children when they get nice and large and scurry around as the children's skull is armor.
Head spiders. Fun.
Alrighty then.
Sounds like a neat companion.
It's really not advised to go chasing after children crying in the night.
Okay.
Sounds like something straight out of a thing.
Alrighty, so in the route you're taking us, we have gone, or you have gone before. You know, the general ins and outs to avoid the various natural denizens that you have warned us about to the best of possibility.
Will me be meeting up with my companion, one of my party members. They're lizard folk, and they are basically live out in the wilderness, so they'll be tagging along with us. I've already had to break the news that they're not permitted to eat anyone of the party.
I appreciate that.
Speaking of
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that.
speaking of residents of the wilderness, any other threats of the sentient kind we should worry about?
Oh, wandering spirits within the desert. Orcs that have given up the city life and become roaming bands. The occasional screaming fairy folk that has just gone mad. There is, of course, the cackling jackals that roam around in groups that are somewhat intelligent. They like to set traps for unsuspecting caravans or travelers, or rather dumb people and pack hunters.
Just a rough idea. Scale of 1 to 100. Chance of possibility. How likely are we to not encounter any of these terrible things that you're mentioning? Or any other terrible?
Oh, not encounter anything? Probably about 40%. You're going
not
to
encounter.
you're going to encounter things, and you're going to be uncomfortable.
Just trying to plan ahead.
And Cayenne is over like, I'm excited to go to this place.
Especially if that means we could potentially encounter some kind of sentient being to where I could basically make an offering to the orc matron.
Watch, you have to do your the circle of fire trial while you're there.
Oh,
Even worse if it has to be done directly in the plane of fire.
Doing it in the realm of fire.
Oof.
I could hear Mongo being the biggest, most consistent, constant complainer. Sorry,
It was
Mongo.
like,
This might be wonderful for me.
So I'm pretty sure you or him is going to be the first one getting arrested.
Hippo looks over. I'm going to adjourn this meeting for now. If you have any other further questions, there will be another meeting before you head out.
I do have some questions I would like to ask you. Can have some time with you later on.
Well, this meeting is coming to an end. I will have some free time at that moment.
Okay.
And the
I will wait until everybody has disembarked.
so the paladin, she stands up, and you see her pull out like a small blade. You notice that she's not really armed, but she has a small blade about that long.
Mm-hmm.
And she slices her hand open, and then she puts her bloody palm on the actual table. And then she nods and walks out.
Okay.
What was that about?
Sir Mayor's like, that is how they say goodbye.
Interesting.
That's how they close a meeting. It's rather beautiful.
Are we supposed to do the same?
Is it your custom?
I'm not opposed by what she did. Blood is kind of the offering that I make to my lady, so
We're we need to be on our best behavior,
it's-
and I already know we're gonna fuck this up somehow. Let's
I
let's
don't
at
think
least
Cayenne's
try.
gonna have any issues.
I don't think we need to be on our best behavior. I think we actually need to probably not.
Agreed.
You do
Um,
realize I'm still sitting here, right?
No, I mean,
That's yes,
What
but
I
I
meant
understand what he
is-
means.
We're probably going to have to wind up doing things that are a bit contrary to our personal nature.
Oh, that's a
that's
given.
what I meant by
Not being on
Not
our best
behaving.
Look,
behavior.
one of the things that their paladins do is it's not pleasant. Orcs are a terrible group of people. Not all of them. Those that follow Damiaru are rather pleasant. They have a whole different way of thinking than the ones in the Burning Temperament. The ones in the Burning Temperament, I'm absolutely horrified and disgusted by. And I don't agree with their policies, but I have to for this. This needs to be taken care of, and we need to follow what
Yeah.
is laid before us. If their paladins and their clerics call those that are weak. If any of the children are showing weakness, they're murdered. If their elderly become too weak to carry a sword, they're murdered. If you don't have a place within their caste system, you are murdered. You are going to see this when you're traveling through there, from my understanding. You are going to have to deal with it and swallow your pride. It is not your culture or your people to make judgment. I don't agree with their ways of doing life, but I am not going to try to change them. It is not my place. I have my own people and my own culture to look after, and I don't need to be fighting a war on two fronts.
Agreed. It is a potential endeavor for the future, but for now, we have more pressing matters to deal with.
why would you even bring that up.
Sir Mir looks over. Look, the orcs in the Burning Temperament are direct descendants of the orcs that were a part of the Black Tusk. Do not need to rile that mess up.
As previously stated, we're going to attempt to stay out of trouble.
I have confidence each of you will do your best to maintain status quo while there. However, it is going to be harder for some of you than others.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I
underst-
believe you will do the right things when you have to and ignore things that you have to.
But I understand, they are a nation that goes by the trial of the blade.
Question I had for you, Kippa, are we bringing in our own water, or we purchase one when we arrive?
Unfortunately, you have to purchase the water when you're there. They do not allow outside sources due to possible contamination. It's very here and there. So they have to have proof that you purchased the water by seeing it,
Mm-hmm.
the coin being exchanged, the services documented for it to be okay.
We can have them fill our own containers.
Yes,
Okay, so we can bring containers.
correct.
Ready?
But you're not-
I pull up my alchemist jug. All our containers need to look exactly like this.
Oh,
Kippo raises an eyebrow. She's like, I know exactly what that is, Nikolai, and it's very clever. We're going to make that jug look like something else because that's a very familiar item.
I can reshape it.
Alchemist jugs are literally considered contraband there.
Okay.
And the price for bringing one in if you're caught is execution on site.
Okay.
Maybe leave it at home.
No. I will reshape it. And whatever we reshape it into, the containers that we are bringing need to look exactly like this. Exactly like it.
Mr. Mir looks over. I don't agree with this path forward, but I'm sure that we can get someone to help you cast a mundane item spell on that.
I
Oh,
meant to ask what was the status on alcohol.
Kip was
Right.
like, it's free flowing there. A lot of dwarfs have set up a lot of different breweries there because alcohol makes you thirsty. And it's the Burning Temperament.
provide
They
them
don't-
with a drink that makes them want to drink more.
Also, alcohol makes people more aggressive. What do the orcs enjoy there?
More so, what would the laws be on bringing in your own alcohol with you?
It will be documented. You'll also pay a fee. However, you will
Okay.
not be required to depart with it unless you don't pay the fees and documentation.
Sorry,
That works
Kyan
for
and I
me.
have kind of a fair bit.
Right. Send me a list. I will make the documentation.
That may take a minute.
So, as we're all here, how foolhardy is this effort to smuggle this alchemist drug in?
I think it's potentially a bad idea, Nikolai.
They have. This is actually kind of an interesting one for the group here. So, unless they follow the path of Damiaru, there are no bards or wizards, orcs being. They're not permitted. There's only shamans. They consider it a unclean magic per their beliefs that the matron does not agree with due to some things that happened in the past. We're not sure of those. We're not going to pry. I don't want to delve into the history. I've had to research all of this, and I know the knowledge, and I don't want to set any more unease on the table. It's a very bloody history. However, they do have tieflings that do check as soon as you dock. They go on the ship, they search the entire ship for any contraband. As soon as the people are asked to deport, they stand in a line and they search each of you for contraband. And if anything is found, you either pay the fees, end up in jail, or are executed on the spot by the wizards.
Are bags of holding contraband?
Bags of holding are not, but they will be searched. They have spells to search bags of holding.
By game rules, you can't just inside out, dump everything out.
Where can one get one of those spells?
Which?
Oh, you said they have spells to search bags of holding.
Oh,
And-
I can get a hold of someone to get you one of those.
Oh, yay! I would love to learn that.
So, sir, you mentioned something about a mundane object spell?
Yes, it's a rather common spell. I'm sure Mongo can fill you on it.
It's an
It makes
acquisition.
magical items. Correct me if I'm wrong. It makes magical items look like a normal item.
Or make normal items look like they're magical.
Okay. So how transparent is that to your average dock inspector?
Yeah, that's also the fun thing is if it's not high enough quality, they're going to see through it.
Well,
And at
Well-
the sounds of it, if they do find out that somebody cast something on that on some sort of contraband, lots of trouble.
This is why I'm asking these questions.
Kippa just
And-
kind of like, she shrugs her slate. I'm having, the court wizards cast these spells. They're royal mages that protect the king and queen and also myself.
Hmm.
So I have confidence that they would be able to forge a very powerful spell that can't be seen through.
Something tells me we might have to take a trip to Corin's shop, hole in the wall. See if she has
I'm-
anything that could be useful within where we're going as well.
I'ma just say this. I would suggest not bringing your alchemist bottle for any reason whatsoever because you will end up as food and or just disintegrated.
I am in agreement with
So,
Cayenne on
with
this
that
one.
in regards, since Cayenne has put disintegration on the table, add this to your shopping list, Mongo. One small hand room and one small hand dust fan.
If it happens, at least collect all the dust. I hear you, Kippa.
I'm just curious, what happens if we don't collect all the dust and still try to put them back together anyway? Does it just find it shorter?
Oh, the deep cuts.
You little shit.
So, Nikolai, you want to speak to me in private? Or is this...
It's pretty much what I had asked about. I was trying to plan a way for us to be able to purchase some water, sufficient water for us to appear that we're using water. But whenever we use water, we use it out of my alchemist's jug, so as to not run out of water. And or occasionally, maybe accidentally, leave a jug laying where we're at, camping, in case somebody needs it.
You just want to go to jail.
Kip is like, I don't recommend leaving anything laying around such as water because it can be tracked. Mongo could attest to it, and you already know this, Nikolai, that there's magical traces of who you are and how
Yeah.
to track you, that you left it there.
I can think of a better solution than the alchemist jug.
I will say that when you do actually purchase water there, you're not buying these large, like, tankards of water. They provide you with a water skin that is filled for that week. They're magical in nature, and they have enough water for the week per person. It's not just a daily ration of water. They provide to you enough to get you through the week based off the coin that you pay.
My
Do
question is, are these water skins appropriately sized for different species?
I guess they are.
Okay.
it also
But
means
cost the
they
same
might
per
cut.
species.
Yes.
Mhm.
That is one convenience that we do have, is that the cost of things tend to be fairly universal.
Here's a question.
But that
for-
also comes with the fact that tieflings want coin, and if you're dead, they can't get coin from you.
Here's a question for everyone here at the table. Anyone here know the spell create or destroy water?
That's how using the alchemist jug works.
Funny
Yeah,
enough,
certainly.
Cayenne does not.
I'm pretty sure it's on the druid list.
It is, but Cayenne doesn't know it.
Would it
So-
be illegal based on your understanding, Kippa, for us to create water for ourselves?
Yes, it's a controlled substance.
Figured as
It
much.
was stated earlier that we're not allowed to create. That's why I asked which spells are not allowed.
Oh, you had mentioned that wizards are not exactly
And bars.
trained. How do
No,
they feel about outsiders being of the wiggly finger variety?
you have diplomatic immunity up to a certain point within their laws. They're not going to do anything to you. Although you might get some scoffs from the orcs, but
Yeah, so try not to look too wizardy.
oh, you can look wizardy enough, but you might draw attention to yourself.
Mongo, what are our funds looking like right now?
You can just go and ask.
Yes, but I know you keep a good track of that.
No, I mean, I'm telling you because you seem to have forgotten that Scav can just go and find out.
True, but figured might as well move over here as a group. But all right.
So with that, the meeting comes to a close. You guys are free to leave to figure out things going forward.
Do we want to go?
Mongo's not your errand boy.
I'm just asking because you keep track of the funds.
And just ask me.
That's what I just did.
No, you asked Mongo.
Oh, well.
There's a fucking difference, man.
All right. Well, then.
Not a big
I
one,
was
but
trying to keep in character, but clearly you
He-
failed at that.
Tom, he lives in a fishbowl. Do you think he can differentiate people apart half the time?
all right. It's on me.
Also, like, what the hell, Matt? You have
So-
broke character.
You're free to head out.
There's one more thing that Mongo wanted to ask.
Oh, Kippa?
No, no shit. Kippa's still there. The emissary already left.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the emissary left.
Yeah. All right. Something I want to ask the emissary later.
Well, you'll have another meeting before you go.
Yeah. Good, because it'll give me time to find the fucking information. Because I know I wrote it down. I just don't remember where.
So, are we all going to Corin's? Are we all gonna split?
Cayenne has
I
to
want-
plan for a big ceremony, so
Mongo has to practice for the barbecue festival that's in like 2 days.
Yep.
It's you guys are the barbecue festival has been like eating up everybody's time. So this is like the first break you've had from that.
and
Yeah,
Cayenne
it's a couple
is
days, so, like,
Cayenne's
everything's, like,
kind
right.
of been working a lot with the druids
Yeah.
based
That's
off of the
right.
offerings that are going to be given.
I have to go to the Druid Circle.
Yeah,
Alright.
and it's the last day. It's getting to be the last section of the festival. The last 10 have been selected by Feisty.
Oh, nice.
So it's down to the finalists. It's been a wild show. You started with 200, and then it went down to 100, then it went down to 50, then it went down to 25, and now you're down to the last 10.
My question is, how many people have been terrified so far?
She's actually done all the judging up to this point in secret. Nobody knows exactly yet that Feisty is.
I wonder if there'll be a reveal at the end of it all.
And it's been like this long-standing mystery of like, who is this person? And what? They're judging our barbecue. We are.
Yeah, I have to go and meet with all the guild leaders, but I have to go to the Druid Circle first.
And yeah, you guys could check in on. Anybody want to talk to Feisty at all? Or
Yeah, I'll go say
Yeah.
hello, Feisty.
Absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Stop in if she's available.
oh wow, the
I
chat
think,
agrees. Fair point on the fishbowl.
I think Cayenne is going to, like, if she's like the last one to leave, I think she's gonna spill the beans to the relationship that fucking Scav has to Hosling now.
Yeah, you can. So everybody heads out. Yours and
Before I head out, I will tell Kippa that I told Coin.
we're gonna have a meeting later. You've got things to deal with. I've already am aware that you told her because
Of course you are.
her alcohol bill's a little higher than usual.
I'm surprised the word little was used.
Right. Yeah, just a tad bit higher. It's manageable. But we'll talk later. So everybody kind of, saunters out.
We'll track down Feisty. Say hi.
Cayenne, you're still there. And Kippa looks over and she's like, you're still here.
Yes, because toward the end of the meeting and remembering the gift that Scav had given to me and Lumion. Do you remember how he approached Osling to get her blessing?
Yes, and whenever I bring up the name Osling, Scabbard squirms.
Well, that may or may not be because he actually, I guess, sworn an oath to her with her being a deity.
Okay, let's lay the cards out here for a moment. I knew about the god thing, because that's kind of like your two's thing. But he did what?
So in order to get her blessing, he basically had his blood spilled on that shield. And that
He's a-
blood was as a way to swear an oath.
You know firsthand that you don't simply spill blood as an offering to a god because they will always collect it at a later time.
I know, and Osling did not know. At the time, she did not know that the being that Scav was brought in front of was actually her essentially
Rabbit hole, I
goddess
guess?
form.
Oh, great. Great. Okay, well. She pulls out a parchment and starts making notes.
Osling did not know this until I explained it to her.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed in Scapper for being stupid, but I understand his point of view.
There's no way
when I
Scav could have made
found
it.
this out, when I put two and two together, you should have seen Osling's face because she was in full shock, which is one thing that I have never seen her be in. Like
If,
ever.
but not anyone has ever been able to really get a hand up on Osling in any conversation because you can't read her. She has quite literally the most deadpan poker face I've ever seen in tone. You should see her in the courts. It's a single monotonous way she speaks in a deadpan appearance. You can't find out where you're at with her. However, I can read her. That's just learning a talent. So seeing her shocked and surprised is amusing.
It made me giggle outwardly, but I was cackling pretty hard on the inside.
So he owes your sister a divine favor. And
Yeah.
per God's rule, she can cash that in at any moment. Well,
That's crazy.
I explained basically what had happened because he had told me about approaching Osling for a blessing, which was a little confusing for me, seeing as the circle she chose versus maybe going to the Archdruid and the Druid circle, seeing as neither me or Osling are Archdruids. So I was a little confused at first, but I got to thinking, seeing as her circle is the circle of necromancy and he wanted a deeper meaning to that gift, it did make sense in the end. And then I got to see her realm, which is actually a very spooky place. Very spooky place. Like chill to the bone.
yeah,
And then it's vastly different than my place.
I'm sure it is. You guys are two opposites of the same coin. That girl is drinking way more than usual.
And I actually met my grandfather in my own realm.
Well, it would make sense why he could show up there being a bloodline. I hope he didn't go stomping the daisies.
No, he actually. We actually hugged. Which the crazy thing about it is that my Aunt Ocille, she made him to be out this big, bad, just grumpy old man. He was completely different.
Well, that's the strange thing about family, Cayenne. He could technically still be a big, bad, grumpy old man. However, he has a soft spot for his lineage.
I can see that. He did offer, he said he's going to show himself again. And at the ceremony, me and Osling will get to say our farewells to our parents.
You do know that that is a very sensitive subject for your sister.
I know. She, I saved a book from being ripped in half when I let her know
Oh,
because I
good.
thought it would be important to let her know as soon as possible.
You know, you're good for saving the book because I would probably throw her in jail for the night.
I know, that's what I told her. I was like, "Do you, I don't think you want to know what would happen to you if Kippa found out you destroyed a very holy object to her."
I do love my books quite a lot. That's an understatement. I love knowledge and information. Did you know your sister is essentially like been one of the ladies of justice of the city? She's been kind of filling in that position. Uh, she deals with the normal political things that your house has to deal with. However, she particularly loves sitting in on court cases and listening to the trials and tribulations of the common folk, and especially those that are lying, and asking to allow the witness to appear, and in comes the shambling corpse to testify.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, there's some judges that would refuse to work with her simply because of that reason. She's likely to have the witness come in and speak, even if they're dead.
I don't know why they would oppose. I mean, granted,
It's gross.
dealings with the dead are not always viewed as a positive thing in most societies, but being a druid myself and understanding my sister, I can see how that would be useful, as we've spoken to our fair share of those that are resting.
Ryan, have you seen the full list of things that she can do? She's had poltergeists appear in
I
court.
have not, and I'm. Oh,
She's had spirits walk into court. She's done seances in the middle of court with spirits that are long dead and suffering to solve long standing open
Right, who killed you?
cases.
oh,
Undead is her secondary nature.
that's actually impressive and terrifying.
It scares people when she speaks to people that aren't there and they're dead because she is so in tune with the dead.
I mean, I guess in a way we both do this, seeing as since we are in our divine positions, our realms are for those that have passed on.
Ryan, I'm no by me any means a expert on the faith except for what I've learned from plot and from the many books that I have read. However, you deal with death in a vastly different way. You intend to. I know you're going to hate when I say this because of your disgruntled nature. You don't bring death, you bring joy and life. Wherever you go, you make people smile or liven up the area. You're infectious in that way, whereas Osling is the opposite. While she does bring a joy to her gatherings, they're more of a grim joy and a, oh, you're speaking with the dead, and you're more comfortable with dead things than alive things, whereas you're a celebration of life. She's a celebration of death.
That's I can actually see this. I tend to deal with things that are more alive, except some things, like mushrooms.
Well, every god, I guess, has to start somewhere, and starting small is a typical step.
Yeah.
It's an interesting perspective on things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will remind Scabbard tonight over dinner how stupid he is.
I would like, at least at some point, if you get clearance for it, because I know that there are rules in place, I would like to take you and Sir Mir to my place sometime.
Well, I have the authority to provide clearance. However, I will have to do some checks and balances to make sure that the entire city doesn't lose their mind.
Of course.
So, why don't you come to dinner tonight? Meet the egg.
I would be a fool to pass that up.
Then it's settled.
I think she already did.
But she hasn't spent any quality time with it.
No, it was when we had that brief meeting, when with the essentially the egg sitter, the nanny,
Yeah,
whatever you
The
want
wet
to call
nurse.
the wet nurse.
Yes.
So you go and find Feisty.
Yep, we're all going.
Oh, the three of you are going to go find Feisty?
Stop in, say hi.
So you three head down to where basically her chambers is. And if you want, do a active perception, not a passive one.
I don't know why, but I just got reminded of the three brothers from Tangled.
Okay, I walk into something.
24.
What
Or
was that?
Down something, or
Was that a 1?
I balance it out.
Someone dies.
What? Natural 20?
Nice. That'd be a 24.
You know,
Okay.
it would have been so more on brand if you rolled like a 10.
That was funny.
Hilarious. Either a 10 or 11.
So,
the midway
you
point.
guys are heading down the hall and to look for where Feisty's at, and you are getting where Kippa basically said it was. She has her own room essentially, and you're not paying attention. You're trying to read like the wall and such, and looking at the various not posters, paintings that are on the walls,
Mhm.
things, and you hear some. You don't make anything of it. You think it's just your brothers, and you see it. A bunch of rowdy, fucking nobility kids come running down the hall, and they're just rip roaring down the hall. And you can see that they have. You panic because you see this because they have actual full on daggers. They managed to snatch daggers from somewhere, and they're running. It's basically the equivalent of running down the hall with scissors. And you're like, you can respond however you want, but you see Mongo reach out, grab Nikolai, and pull him aside as the kids were just running, and they would have just gone right into Nikolai, and he would have become a shish kebab from some noble kids.
Children,
What? I was looking at that.
you gone mad?
They're like, oh, look. One of them comes over, and they just poke you gently with the dagger. Look, it's a scaly one. He smells funny because he's lower class. Lower class lizards tend to smell funny. They're unsavory.
I'm going to step behind Scav so that way they can't see me. I'm going to try to do this as stealthily as possible.
Roll that stealth.
I'm going to make one of them smell with prestidigitation. 14.
14. Oh, they won't have a rather high. Oh God, they do not. Oh wow.
Well, they're nobles, so they're probably not paying attention to others.
And they're poking fun at you, and they're like, Cedric. And they're 3 humans. Cedric,
Oh,
did you
so-
not bath last night? And he's like,
Shit yourself.
he's like, what do you mean? You smell of foul. Worse than this lizard. I suggest that we bath you. No. We have a servant do it. They bath you.
Now I'm going to make the other one smell.
Sleight of hand.
I'm gonna try and I guess I wouldn't know he's doing this.
You smell it, and you're like, oh,
Like, do you bathe
Modified
do you?
20.
that's shit. Oh no. I'm rolling like you with these kids.
Hell.
Fuck. And they're like, oh no, I think, oh, his smell is rubbing off on us. Oh, let's go find the servant and wash us. Yes, yes, yes. Ew, gross. I feel unclean and sanitary as they all
I
run
speak
off.
to you. You speak Sylvan, right?
Nope.
What languages do you share?
Elvish, Common, and Cat are all the wizard fucking speaks.
That's it.
That's
You would think you
fucking
would know
it.
more.
You'd think the bookworm would know all of the goddamn languages.
So the kids just kind of head off,
Yeah.
running to find the
That
servant.
would be the time to use that.
What just
If you
happened?
really want to. I will not say a thing.
Are they running back?
No, they're running down the other way of the hall to go find the poor servant that has given them a bath.
Yeah. We're doing it.
Doing
All right.
what?
Glitter bomb, prestidigitate.
Roll a sleight of hand at disadvantage because you're openly using a wand in a actual nobility place.
Holy shit.
Ow. This is gonna hurt. Wow. Didn't fucking see that coming.
What was
Same
that?
fucking roll on both of them.
Huh?
Night equals whatever you
Yeah, plus sleight of hand, that's 3.
3.
Plus 3
1 T2?
is sorry, I'm not used to fucking rolling like that, okay?
Well, that's 22. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
you cast it on them, and you hear him scream a little bit and start squealing a little bit. You can see little pitter patters of glitter around them from the sheer pandemonium that you just caused.
Did you just.
Oh, I'm dedicating this one to our new favorite auntie. And then
So-
Mongo starts walking back to
Oh, before,
on track, a little more smug than usual.
before he steps away.
So with that, you stand before the chambers for Feisty, and that's where we're going to go to break.
I got a feeling Kip is going to hear about this, and we're going to get in trouble.
They don't know
They
it was
don't
me,
know.
motherfucker.
Remember, every spell leaves a trace of who cast it. So with that, we're going to head to our 30-minute break for dinner, get some food in us, and we'll be back, and we're heading into barbecue fun. The dice demand blood. Yes.
The dice chose violence.
gonna make awkward noises?
I'll make awkward noises. I will make the most awkward of noises. Hello, everybody. We have returned, and yeah, Nikolai is indisposed at the moment. And Manga is playing with his cold cream. Where were you headed off to post talking with Kip, Cayenne?
So
Trying to think of
unprepared for
if there
this.
was anything important that I needed to do.
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. Cheese!
I guess Cayenne would go on a little walk throughout the city and just see what's going on, like festivity-wise.
Okay.
Cause she's been to the Druid Circle already. She
Yeah.
probably should try to get that rebellious little ass of a purple on a hunt.
Before she kills one of the brothers.
Or before she eats one of, or before the, or before Purple tries to pick a fight with one of the mushrooms.
Picks a fight with the lamprey.
Oh.
The very stabby one.
Purple picks a fight with Ralph or Rufio.
Purple picks a fight with Rufio. Rufio's just gonna fucking power slam her.
And Purple's gonna learn a very interesting history lesson in pain.
No, what would be bad is if Purple decided to pick a fight with either Angie or Lancet.
Oh yeah, that'd be really bad.
Oh,
No,
no.
Lancelot.
No. I know what'll wind up happening. Picks fight with Rufio. They wind up turning it into a combo attack. And Rufio is basically just going to yeet Birdie into the sky so that way there's just death from above.
So, yeah, you're able to go and meander about. Of course, the city is still rather full right now because everybody wants to see how this barbecue contest turns out. Who's crowned the actual winner? Goodbye, taste buds.
Ooh, that's like fire and ice back to back.
It's like
Extreme heat and extreme cold.
did you eat molten lava?
He's drinking burning hot beef broth from the crock pot.
And then he has ice cream right next to it. So extreme heat and extreme cold.
Extreme
Actually, the broth
danger,
is kind of...
danger zone.
Can't start humming that song. We'll get demonetized.
You got about 10 seconds.
Yeah, you got about 10 seconds of it. You can hum.
We kind of already pushed the level of what's monetizationable. That's not the right word, but it gets the point across.
So we haven't murdered any children yet.
No, but we did glitter bomb one of them.
So, yeah. Let's see what happens to the Cayenne. A Kinku approaches you, Cayenne. They kind of walk a little bit sideways towards you, and they're wearing, generalized robes. It could be a wizard or they could be a sorcerer, one of the two. And they kind of give you a sideways look, and they hold a tiny little carved pumpkin up to you.
I will look at them very curiously and gently take said pumpkin from them.
And they wait a little bit, and they seem to be waiting for something in return as a gift.
I haven't used my pouch in a while, so I will reach in to retrieve a seed.
Oh, this is always fun. I love when you guys use those items. Nikolai hasn't pulled any cards.
Yeah. Could be
So
punks
if you
wood.
want to
Could be
do
part
a
of a
nature on
sandwich.
the seat, you can.
Hopefully my dice will behave. Oh lord, that's a 10.
It's some sort of kind of pumpkin speed. It could be special. You don't know. But ironically, the pouch provides something of equal exchange.
I will offer the seed and a good berry to them.
They take they take them. They look at the seed and they reach in their pocket. And they pull out a small little piece of like single sentence parchment and they hand it to you. And it simply says, "Oh God, let me find the words because I know we talked about this. I gotta scroll up now. Fuck, words. Where are you? I should have made these in. I don't want to be digging for the notes. Quite literally, as I dig for notes.
No.
Feel we should have our own note digging theme song by now.
Come on, sing along, guys.
The note the note searching tune
I'm just
is
trying to get
a
this working.
bardic rendition of Green Acres.
Green Acres.
Yes.
I also imagine it's the one where he's singing all the states.
Oh, Yakko?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. No, that's classic.
The note simply states is the King of Yigam is pleased with this. And the King Q just kind of starts to wander off into the crowd.
I guess I'm gonna be figuring out this pumpkin.
It's a crudely carved jack-o'-lantern with candles and like overflowing with candles on the inside, and some of the wax is starting to come out of the eyes like tears.
That's kind of cool.
Oh. I think
It's not
Kyan
just
might
hell; it's
try to-
fresh hell. Thank you very much.
I think that Cayenne might try to find a way to make this pumpkin last longer.
You can find Mongo to do that. I almost called you Margot.
Margot. Who the hell is Margot?
Doesn't Druidcraft allow you to like sustain?
Sustained but not permanent. So as you go searching for, I'm guessing Mongo to find a permanency for this, and wonder about this mysterious note that you've received. You three are free to enter Feisty's chambers.
Probably do the appropriate, like, knock first. In
And
case Feisty's busy.
the door opens and
In case Feisty's being feisty.
you see an elf, and they're one of the court elves, and she's like, "Oh, hello.
Hello.
Sorry, we're not accepting any children today."
Yeah, we're not exactly children.
No, and Feisty happens
But thank
to be a
you
good
for
friend of ours.
complimenting our youth.
Right, you're probably, yeah. Right. Okay. And you hear some protesting from Feisty, and the elf's like, "Yep, okay." Quickly opens the door and lets you guys come in.
Walk in. It's fine. Understand protocol and all.
And they're like, "Right. Well, if you try to enter without proper acknowledgement, the wards would have disintegrated you.
Hence the knock kick.
And before you guys can even respond, Feisty comes over. She just pulls you all into a giant hug, and you disappear under the mound of her front arms.
Hugging back with the best of my ability.
Same.
How you doing, baby girl? How's things going?
Make sure Noodle's out, so that way he can hug the feisty as well. Assuming he wants to, which I can't imagine he wouldn't.
Well, I am finalizing the last of the contestants.
I can only imagine you've been in your own personal heaven for the past few days.
Debatable. Some of the entries, their second outing was quite unpalatable.
Oh, they did their best on their first go and had nothing left, huh?
Well, the rules are quite stringent. And in that stringency, some have faltered.
What exactly were the rules you wanted to get?
The last round, they're receiving a random component.
Fun.
Sorry. Trying to stay in character again.
I think you just insulted her.
God, now I'm gonna roll like shit for the rest of the night and have no confidence in running any character.
Oh,
Oh,
shush.
I actually remember what the rules are. If I'm not mistaken, the first one was something from their homeland. The second one was something here, and the last one that you're following up on is going to be something random, correct?
Well, there is the last run before they make it to such a contest.
I thought the finale was like they were given everything that they need
Oh
on
no.
the stage to prepare the absolute best possible thing.
Well, that's the last three.
That's 3.
Ah,
Gotcha.
you're down
These
to the
10
final 10 then.
These 10 are to compete and deal with a random component.
How random is it? Like you don't even know what's going to be? Or have you put your most devious mind to work?
She looks over at Mongo. Mongo came up with a unique contraption that is a round cage with these little balls, and in each of these balls is a note of a component that they will draw from.
Oh my god.
Oh, so it's not all 10 get the same random component. Each one of them gets something completely fucking different.
Yes.
You literally made a bingo cage.
Does it have to be a primary component, or can they just make it as a?
It has to be part of the primary dish, or it's not a challenge.
Yeah. Are these items you've chosen yourself, or?
All the various food meisters have given their input, including myself, after we're going to observe what the final 10 are.
Oh, so some of them, some from those that have been eliminated have contributed.
No,
Some-
the food is those that deal in the arts of food for the kingdom and the local.
You consolidated or consult with them about crazy ingredients.
You've not run
Well, it
into
might
any
not just be
trouble, have you?
crazy ingredients. It could just be ones that are
No.
tricky to deal with. That in order to actually use them properly, you have to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I know some people here are still getting used to you.
Well, the noble family has taken a liking to me as I work with them exclusively, and those that tend to the market.
Oh no, every now and again we get to hear stories about people just guessing who you are.
Oh, it's quite the mystery, and I love the mystery.
Will there be a big reveal at the end? Or will you keep it secret?
Oh,
I mean, if you want, we could also just start random ass rumors about who you are.
well, I plan to present myself to the last 10. So,
In your full imposing self, or
She just growls at you, and you can hear the room like rumble.
So a little bit of an extra kind of incentive to do well.
To be fair, she can't exactly communicate too well when she's in her small form. Besides, that's a lot of barbecue for one small feisty. She needs to be at her full size to be able to properly, like, judge all of it.
Well, the last 10, the noble family also gets to partake in the tasting. However, I am the judge.
Well, I made sure to be very careful about who to pick for said security to make sure nothing goes wrong for any reveals, so things should go smoothly.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing all of you there for the festivities, as you all should be receiving an invitation to sit at the royal table for the tasting.
Oh,
Fantastic.
thank you.
Cayenne's probably over there before she even knows it, excited as a player. Gets to sit on the big grand stage and taste the top 10 barbecue. Top 10 and top 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And do keep in mind, the king himself is quite eccentric, but is a kind fellow for the most part.
Barely something they've met before.
Actually, I think Scabbard was the only one that actually met with the king, right? Or did everyone else meet
She
with him?
just said the royal family is.
Yes.
Yes, I consult with them very frequently.
Which implies they've met.
No, I meant for Mongo and Nikolai.
Mongo, you have actually met the king in private, as he wanted to know what Maggie's child was made of with jokes.
Ah!
And I'm still allowed to perform. Wow.
And he purposely said you're not allowed to enter the contest to make him laugh.
I
Nor is
actually
Maggie.
take that as an honor.
Don't want to bankrupt the kingdom.
So so we're gonna quickly move into the barbecue, but after the meeting and talking to Feisty, you're able to meet up with Cayenne. You guys kind of just bump into each other because you're probably going to go research potion stuff
Oh yeah.
with coin and find coin.
I have a question.
I might have an answer.
The note from the Kinku, who of the party would have the most experience with a Kinku to understand what this note means?
It's about a crapshoot at this point because you all have the same amount of experience with Kinkus.
Yeah.
I actually came up with a character where Nate's like, that character is doomed for failure.
Shit.
It's a Kinku with the traditional Kinku curse that has a stutter that wants to be a wizard.
They would never be able to use any verbal-based spells.
No, they
With a stutter?
it'd be fucking hard as hell.
Yeah.
But since it is established that each spellcaster casts in their own unique way,
It's
if
true.
they are smart enough and if they work it out and they can almost kind of keep a bit of a handle and always stutter in like the same spots
Yeah.
or like the same words and make it kind of predictable, yes, they could totally do that.
It would not be a cakewalk.
No.
So, yeah.
No, I would never
Couldn't-
fucking do that.
Couldn't the Kinku essentially modify their verbal spells to work with bird calls?
They would have to learn how, and that's if they are capable of bird calls.
Yeah.
The unique thing about Kenku is that they literally cannot speak at all unless they're copying something.
That's so disgusting as an idea. Wild magic would be cool with that idea. So,
you know,
That'd be a lot of fun.
It makes sense. There's some sorcerer levels
to answer
in
your
there.
question, Kyan, nobody would actually really understand Kinku's in the party, the direct party, because you all share the same experience with them.
If anybody has
Okay.
more experience than the others, it would be Mongo and Nikolai working with Correct Yes for a while.
But that being said, it'd probably actually be Maggie.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
For
Well, I said immediate party.
yeah.
Maggie's kind of in secondary party along with the others.
Correct yes or Crier Bell.
I think a meeting with Maggie would be a good idea.
He's not hard to find. Just check his cupboard.
Yep. Still hurts a bit.
That's his safe place. That's where he
So
wants
you're
to
able
be.
to go to the house, and basically the servant answers the door and is like, "Oh, hello, Cayenne.
Hello.
Come in, come in. You're of course welcome to come in and do as you want as you're part of the family."
I would bow respectfully and walk in.
And the house is decorated for the festivities of the Casil, as well as a few ones you don't recognize.
I'd probably just be curiously looking around at the decorations, cause ooh, shiny.
Yeah, there's like a string of like coins hanging above as well, and you can see all the various glitter of different coins from different places and different lands, and
That's actually really cool.
it's a curious ornament that's hanging. Eventually, it'll
I
be a
w-
closet of a bedroom.
What?
It'll eventually be a closet of a bedroom.
Yeah, no, I'm actually wondering if I can put a couple of spells to kind of like slowly expand it and kind of bump everything up a little bit.
Is it still the safe house that Sonny took us to?
Yeah,
Mhm.
He doesn't go to the family house.
only if the rest of the family is there because he doesn't feel safe.
Okay.
Cayenne would basically let them know that she needs to have a quick word with Maggie.
Oh.
I got an idea.
So, yeah, right away. They head down the hall to go find the typical spot and knock on the door gently, and just a tiny little sliver opens and Maggie's looking out. Cayenne is here to see you. The door swings open, nearly knocking the servant on their ass as Maggie comes waddling down the hall, like,
Did I
And he-
hear that?
yeah. And and Maggie nearly gets to you, and he's like holding on to the wall, and he's leaned over. Whew. Whew. Not that spry anymore.
Hey
Maybe I
Maggie,
should cast
how
a
are you?
spell of haste on myself. Oh, I am currently in the state of alive, and within company of good people and family. You see him kind of look a little bit solemn at the word family. Like he hopes it doesn't turn out like the last time he used those words.
You're always going to be family. You're always going to be safe with family.
That's what the last family said.
The difference being is that I mean those words, and anyone who tries to show you ill will have to deal with me.
You know, you sound awful lot like your father and your mother combined in a terrifying way.
Thank you.
Did you know that after you and your sister were conceived, that Your father went from practically door to door in the entire town and announced to each individual household that you guys were conceived.
Oh
Conceived, not not at
no.
the point of born. My wife could.
I mean, side note. So when my actual dad found out that my mom was pregnant with me, my grandmother full on said that he was out of breath when he ran into her house and announced that my mom was pregnant.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
So this is on brand.
That's hilarious. I got it so on brand.
Yes. Like my grandmother said she had never seen that man so happy in her life.
Maggie just kind of smiles. Yeah, Holvar basically emptied a large portion of alcohol and there was drinking for an entire month.
Oh, okay.
Uh, mini dwarves, not dwarves, thought they could outdrink Maggie. They fail to realize that he's a god,
Maggie?
Hold on.
or Holvar. But you can expect him to say Maggie because he's a little insane. So that tracks too.
Yeah.
He's talking in third person now.
Is that going to be the weirdest thing he's done?
No,
Not
it's
even remotely close.
definitely up there.
Doesn't even crack the top 25.
What deity graces me with your presence to talk to me?
I actually got a very interesting note that I thought you might be able to help me understand a little bit.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It
all
was
right. I
from
can
a
take it back.
it was from a kinku. I've I've only met like a few kinkus in my life, and I don't exactly understand their mannerisms and their ways of speaking entirely.
Well,
I thought that you
kinkus
might
are
understand a little
naturally
more.
cursed where they can't actually speak. They have to read something and recite it to speak. Luckily, they can actually write things and then say whatever they're writing. A lesser kinku will have to actually tear apart parchments to formulate sentences, and it looks like some sort of ransom letter from some madman that lives in the forest. But
I've always found kinkus very interesting. I just
oh,
have never spent much time with them.
they're interesting species, and actually they're kind of from where centaurs hail from, same area. So the Kinku might have thought you as a sort of kinship, having to see someone in an odd land that's equal to them.
I'm gonna
What
show
the,
him the pumpkin I was given too. They
what
gave
the
me a
fuck would
pumpkin
a half
too.
centaur, half kanku look like?
He looks at the pumpkin. He's like, "Oh, that's from the king. That's a representation of the king of Yigib." Yeah, yeah. I can see the blank stare on your face. So
I
the okay. I need to sit down and I need a cup of drink. So
did Coin give me any of her special drink that I could put in my pack or anything?
no, you don't have any.
Okay.
So you know that traditions are different for different areas that you're from. Seal has their traditions, and some and people celebrate their traditions and such. So, you know, the winter months are usually the harshest months within the material plane. So, different people celebrate that element differently. Let's see. I need something. Where is it? Oh, I'm in the wrong book. I have like 5 different books for the campaign world.
Only 5?
Only 5 so far. So you know that the months are in common are referred to, the Annual, the Sulmani, and the Hulu Moon, essentially the 3 months. The Long Sleep, the Path of Darkness, and the Hidden Moon, because all the moons disappear. So the Kinkus, and where you're traditionally from, the people celebrate the whole month that the dead are among them, follow, need to be guided, and the spirits roam the mists that are there for the entire time of this. And so there's festivities that happen the whole time. Pumpkins are decorated, and offerings are made, and shrines are made, and scarecrows are decorated as well in honor of the king of Yigam, to appease him and to show favoritism to him. As if you die within the lands that you're from, according to the Genku, and other citizens of there, you roam endlessly, and spirits show up with lanterns, almost looking like ghostly, spooky kind of llamas that are disheveled, wearing masks and bells around them, carrying a lantern in their mouth that guide the spirits off to the the Forever King's city, where they're to be judged before moving on to the path of sadness or the path of happiness, depending on what they do within that city. So he was probably wishing you good tidings, and it's popular to exchange gifts during this time. Children tend to celebrate a little bit differently and exchange pranks. But the pranks aren't allowed to be pulled on the adults, as the adults are seen as touched by death already, as youth is not touched by death.
That's actually really interesting.
So the town of Yigim is kind of a halfway house, and it's in a forever festival where ball is always going within the manor of the king, and he is always watching from the shadows. If you don't partake in the festival, then you do not go to a happy place. If you partake in the festival, you do go to a happy place.
I like that.
So
Actually, like that a lot.
It is pretty cool.
So the Kinku is probably from your homelands, and again saw a strange person akin to themselves at a strange place.
I'm gonna show Maggie the note.
He takes the note. He's like, "Huh? Confirms my suspicions." He looks at the parchment, and he examines it, and he's like, "Yeah, it's made from a burlap sack. It's typical to write notes such as this on a burlap sack."
They from the Kinkus I have observed, he approached definitely very differently.
It's probably how they approach people from there. Some Kinkus don't grow up there. They obviously grow up in other places, so they adapt the culture that they grow up in. An odd greeting of the homeland that I was taught about is that you're never sure what's actually in the fog or the mist of the homeland. So it's an understanding that goes unwritten there that when you come across a face that you're not familiar with, you have a blade drawn behind your back and you offer the other hand in a handshake. So if something does happen, you are prepared.
That That makes a lot of sense. They approached me at a almost at a sideways stance.
Yep. They were probably ready to protect themselves if something happened.
I am curious about the seed that I gave them.
That is a mystery.
But I'm sure it will be useful to them.
And the servant comes over and hands you a golden leaf-in envelope. Cayenne hands one to Maggie as well.
I guess we have invitations?
Maggie's like, oh no. Well, I guess we open it.
Yeah. I'll open mine at the same time he does.
Yeah. It's got a wax stamp on it that's actually quite elegant. It's almost like there's got gold within the actual stamp itself, and it's like a paw print. And you open it, and it's this really beautiful like parchment that's almost like silver in nature. And it simply states, "You are hereby invited to the royal steps for the final judgment of the feast. Beyond the grand stage, along with other members of the royal nobility, to partake in tasting of the final contestants."
Tasting of the contestants or their food?
So,
Depends on how rude they are. They cross the line.
Depends on if they made offerings to the druids or not.
everyone was required to make offerings to the druids when they entered the contest. And the druid circle has not seen. And it's like the druid circle was overflowing with gifts. Like they have more stuff to go through than they have actual hands at this point. So now that I've done a massive lore dump,
What did the letter? Did she actually read the letter, or
that's all simply said. That it's an invitation to the grand stage.
no, the letter from the
Oh yeah, I told her what it said.
I was not present, so.
Yeah.
Reading
And yeah, the rest of you have your invites much like that one. It's this beautiful golden. And you're looking at this and you're just like, this is such fancy handwriting.
it.
Like, it's beautiful. It has its own uniqueness to it, but
Taking notes.
yeah. And you realize that from your ability, you don't even have to make a roll on it, that this is Feisty's handwriting.
She has really taken to her nobility status.
Yeah.
So the next day comes where you to attend the grand stage are able to actually, like, you've been going, probably each have been visiting the barbecue festival to see the festivities, and the losers actually just, setting up stalls to sell barbecue. And a few of them touting like, oh, I was 102 in this barbecue. I ranked 102.
Nice.
Or like, touting where they ranked in this infamous barbecue thing. And there's basically guards all around. Like, you can see them. You can see wizards standing up on the hider sections. And as you're on the stage, you can see the various enchantments that have been placed to protect the nobility, essentially, from any sort of attack. And
Good.
yeah. And it's impressive. And you can see at the very top of it, you can see lines of beautifully set out tables. And then you see a table that sits higher than the rest. And you realize how you had probably set it up is they have to walk down that middle of that between all the nobility to reach the judge. And the judge gets the first tasting, and then they have to prepare enough for the entire seating arrangement.
would probably wear one of Seagit's like old formal attire for this, but still keep my armor on underneath just in case.
Yeah, you actually see your dad dressed up in like some. He's standing there and he's like, he comes over to you. He's like, "You think this is too much?" And he's wearing he's got a outer like penguin tail jacket that's almost like pearlescent white, and then you can see like black is underneath it. That has like threads of silver throughout it. And he's got cufflinks that are like tiny little bells
Of course.
and his fur is all just like nice and groomed and clean, and you see he has like you see under that you can see his actual robes, and you can see them just like almost when they move they just leave like a echo of them behind with a shimmer. He's like, huh?
Make sure I get a good look around. All right.
Please tell me you're doing
the Vogue thing.
this.
Yeah, I think I'd have to. Now that I've been called out on it, it's like, yeah. Stand back.
Pretty great.
All right. Now I'm starting to see what some of those deities are talking about.
His weird snaggletooth smile that sometimes creeps out. Oh my god, I just realized something.
You made Sparta.
Whoa. Maggie's the equivalent of McFoley.
Oh.
Just so traumatized, though.
Not forgetting that you said that.
I know. So each of you are able to get dressed in very nice formal wear. You're at the whim of Osling and Alufa. There, Cayenne.
Oh boy. What did they put me in?
All pink. I'm just kidding.
Oh god. I think there would have been words exchanged
Words exchanged. So you have
if
an
I was
outer-
put in pink.
My little pony. Or no, my little pony cake.
I will accept purple.
Purple is a color of royalty.
So, what you end up dressed in, and you see them looking at each other back and forth, kind of like, yeah, it works, yeah. It took some argument, but we actually got her to look like a proper lady. Osling's like, oh, that's a distasteful taste in my mouth. It's like, it's a good compromise between her druidic and wild nature, and it took a while to get some of the twigs out of her hair, but we got it there.
Yeah.
So you're wearing-
I need to get a little better at, keeping nature out of my hair when I'm supposed to be of status.
You have this special headdress that was prepared for you that it's a little bit heavy, but it's like these two large twirling horns that come off, and there's all these various things that jangle from it. And you're wearing like a leather, almost like vest that's mixed with like a padded quilt that comes up high along the back of your neck. And your hair is pulled up in a very tight bun and braid with silver, mithril silver, like weaved into it. And it's like you have like this almost like a blanket for a ceremonial horse that comes down along your back, along your sides, that matches the vest part.
And around its twigs and leaves were replaced with flowers
Yeah.
in her hair.
And they also got your tail fur braided as well with the same chain pattern.
Nice.
Like, yeah. and Alufa and Osling are already dressed, and it's a little weird seeing Osling have dressing up a little bit more than she has been. She really does look like a noble that deals with noble things, but there's that really fine, like dark goth edge to it. Huh?
Awesome.
Yeah.
I almost imagine like a medieval noble version of Morticia Adams for Osling.
Yeah. She's wearing a lot of dark colors that really highlights how pale she is. It's like she gets sun, but she never gets any darker.
Her sense of humor might get darker.
So, Nikolai, your sister helps you with getting dressed.
Cool. Snazzy tux.
Yeah, you have a really snazzy little mouse tux that looks really great.
Nice.
Wait, Millum helped?
Mhm.
I'd check it.
Okay.
It's Millum. At some point in time, there might be a couple of just like,
You better
just to
make
fuck
sure
with
that
you.
You better make sure that that fabric is not flammable.
To be fair, it's more than a valid thing to do.
Everybody's so paranoid about Mellum.
Not
Don't get
paranoid.
me wrong, she's good at what she does, but a few screws loose.
It's a few cannonballs rolling around in the bowels.
Get Ace all dressed up to the range too.
Yeah. So
Get Noodles tie on.
Noodle's already dressed before
I
you.
know.
Yeah, super fancy. So you're all able to head up there, and they check your invitations and let you through. And a lot of people are whispering amongst themselves about like who are the guests and such like that. And it's
I assume we're not in our disguises for this.
No, we don't need to be in the same.
And, it's basically stated that they're extended family of the nobility, and everybody's really happy about that to see the entire noble family present, essentially. And Kippa, she's absolutely like, dressed up, and she just kind of sits down, and she's like, oh, I can barely move. I told them I need to be able to eat food, and they said, oh, no, you don't. You have to watch your figure. Man, do you have a knife on you?
When don't I?
Good point. Can you happen to loosen one of these corsets? I'm wearing 3 of them.
Good God.
3? Isn't that a
I
bit
will
excessive?
I will actually help to loosen that, because corsets, as someone who actually has a corset and wears one, that is hell on earth with just one.
I will place myself in a position
So that you can block this.
so that I can block the action. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
basically helping Kippa and Cayenne on this.
She's like, yes, 3. They said I'm fluffy, but they don't understand. I'm covered in fur.
Yeah.
Kindly let me know who said that. I will have some firm words with them.
Oh, I'll get you a list. No blood. They're just doing their job. No blood.
No, just words. No injuries.
And so
One spell that could help with that.
So,
I haven't used that one for a while.
so you're so the messenger comes up to you and says, "Okay." And your father grabs you and he's like, "All right, let's go announce the
Oh fuck, that's
festivities."
right, I forgot. Ah, god damn it.
Oh, you're gonna have to do this on the fly. And he heads up there and he's like,
Good
he
job,
pulls
bud.
something out and he's looking at it and he's like, they prepared a script for us. They asked 2 bards and prepared a script for 2 bards.
The two are gonna have to play off each other for this one because he's not prepared.
She at least gave me a
So-
little bit of warning.
So Maggie looks at this and he looks at the script and he rolls it up. And he snaps his fingers and it goes up in flame. I don't need no script where we're going.
Who the fuck would a script?
Yeah.
Look, I understand maybe a couple of notes like, hey, you know, try to avoid that topic. Don't say this to that person.
And you realize as various people are watching, you're standing on the stage now, and it automatically casts booming voice so everybody can hear it. And you realize you said that to the entire audience. And you see someone walk over, and they pull you off the stage, and it's Coin, and she gives you a hug. And she whispers to you, "You got this."
I hug back.
And she goes and sits down. Ah, come on now. Don't be scared.
Oh.
I heard you brought some interesting material to read regarding the festivities.
No, the festivities have been so absolutely wonderful that it's hard to imagine life once it's over. I mean, could you imagine going 7 days without barbecue? It'd make 1 week.
Oh my god. You hear some like laugh and you hear a few groans. Oh my god.
Hey, I looked up barbecue jokes. That's one of the first ones that came up.
Oh.
Fucking great.
Oh no.
Oh.
Of course you would. It's Tom. Would we expect anything less? No. And yet it still works.
He looks over and he's like, you know, in my ripe old age, right? I tell myself before every barbecue, eat healthy, stick to the salads. You know, but then my plans just take a turn for the worst. You hear a few people chuckle at this, and a few go, "Oh my god!"
Oh. Well, I kind of don't blame you on that one because, I mean, we've had just about every single kind possible. I even heard that there was a vegan one. A vegan barbecue. I'm just wondering if they overcooked the vegan.
You hear like quite a few like lizard folk laugh.
They would.
You know, speaking of our good friends that only eat of the root and the vegetable, you know how your mouth waters when someone is making wonderful barbecue? Do they, you know, drool when someone is pruning the bushes or picking the berries?
I know they might salad bait. I could feel her eyes roll.
Oh, yes.
Love it.
Maggie
Felt
looks
it
over
in
at
my
you.
brain.
He's like, you know, we've had some really interesting people preparing meals for everybody here in the last, you know, couple of weeks. You know, when they, when you get he just kind of stumbles a bit and he just kind of, you see him go into that 1,000-yard stare like he just loses himself.
Oh, yeah, no, we've had just about everybody who could show up. There's even a couple of skeletons. I mean, surprise, surprise, they specialize in spare ribs.
He kind of chuckles a bit. So, you know, again, with especially people here, would you put on a lonely grilled cheese sandwich?
I'm going to be disappointed in myself, but I don't know.
He's like, I've heard this one before.
You know, it's quite an exotic cheese you might not have heard of. A provolone.
Should have fucking seen that.
Oh, it's a good.
Oh man. There were even a couple of librarians who came out, did the best that they could. Do you have any idea what they prepared? Shh, kebabs.
You know, being a bard, the festivities here have gotten me to take an inquiry into this barbecue. So I had come up with a little song to sing while I was cooking. I refer to it as the Tong Song.
It's so bad. It's so
I
bad.
don't get that reference at all.
The Tong song.
There's an old song that's hailed as one of just the absolute worst,
Okay.
called the Thong Song.
Okay. I've never heard of this one.
Oh man. Yes, you have. You watched the show. You watched the same show.
I probably tried to like erase it from my memory. If it's that
You
No.
liked
Anyway,
Sweet Tooth in the
anyway,
show.
back to the show.
Anyway, it's true, folks. He really does. The man really does love his barbecue. The first thing he did when he got a new set was he hugged it and said he finally found the grill of his dreams.
He kind of chuckles, man. A lot of people laugh at this. So, why was the lizard folk at the cookout so wondrously happy? Because he met the grill of his dreams.
Oh, gosh. Oh. You know, even heard that some of the steaks that have been prepared, they cast a few spells, found out what the steaks were thinking. They were absolutely thrilled. I mean, they got to hang out with all of their old flames.
I hear the pain over there.
I'm gonna roll my eyes so much that I burst a blood vessel.
Yeah, I know. The mic's actually picking up the sound of them rolling.
It really is.
Great.
Roll your eyes so much you won't have to close your eyes to go to sleep.
Eventually, they'll just come back around.
And then I'll never find my contact lenses.
Oh my god, we're terrible. So Maggie's like, well, I think we've eaten up enough of the stage. You got some laughs, I got some laughs, you got some groans, I got some groans. Got any final quips to throw out there?
Oh. I did hear that a few of the 10 that have made it are actually thinking of opening up new restaurants, all sorts of different locations. One of them was talking about opening one on the top of the mountain. Just as like a metaphor, but personally, I kind of feel like they got some really high stakes.
Oh,
That they do. That they do.
oh, Tom.
With that, we will present. Huh? With that, I suppose we should get off the stage and let the guest of honor announce the final 10 and draw whatever they're going to deal with.
Oh, the spot's going to be exciting.
And Maggie bows and heads off for the seat. Do you follow suit? Your seat's right next to a coin. Of
Oh,
course. And so you find out something new. You see this big 15-foot, like, you mistake it almost as like a Aracora at first, and you're like, oh my fucking god, that is the biggest goddamn Aracora I've ever seen.
The demeanor has changed.
And you actually, and they are beautifully dressed.
They're still covered in fucking feathers.
And you realize as you observe this is Feisty in a new state. Like an actual, like, anthropomorphic type of state where she can actually present herself, but she towers over everyone with her size.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's like, oh, that is a big girl. And that is all muscle. And you can just
2 feet tall. I come up to her fucking ankle.
and you all see this, and you can all make your reactions as she walks out to the stage, and you can see this beautiful jewelry headdress on her, and the beautiful robes that she's wearing and gown. And the presentation
all
is,
kinds of buttons.
and it's all sorts of whites and golds and silvers that the noble family went to all lengths to basically dress her up. And the king kind of wanders over. He's like, royal step still. And a mage comes out, sits on a carpet, and he steps on it, and he's like, ooh, he rises up, and he's like, hello, Lady Feisty. Everybody's just clamoring down below. He's like, well, this is your show. I'm just simply a guest here, but I did want to announce something to tie the wondrous thing. Granted, we will have, we have to scale this back a little bit for next year, but we plan on having during the summer months, a similar contest with the locals. And with that, we are going to remint our silver coin in the visage of our fine lady that has helped with the hunts and establishing and working with our wonderful marketeers on our trades and such. And you realize that she's actually taken a position where she helps manage all the incoming and outgoing of the marketing and dealing with other nobles on trades and things and foods
Holy
and such.
shit.
Nice.
And she just kind of nods a little bit. They're like, what the fuck is that? They're like, you see a wizard pull out a scroll, and you see a bard pull out a scroll, and they start making notes like, what the fuck am I seeing? And Feisty speaks, and she's like, it is a great honor to work with the noble family and to be part of the noble family. And to help with the relations tie the lands that I'm from with them. With this, we will get into the last 10 competitors and see if they have what it takes to appease me or end up on the menu. So, the first person to announce Kyrie, as they are a female lizard. They're looking up on the stage behind them like, shit.
I'd be interested in trying that.
The next competitor we have is Big Breeches the Tall. He is a halfling, fancy striped suits, and he refers to a clean barbecue style.
Clean or clean?
Clean, as in non-messy.
It's a not messy.
And you see a halfling come out, and he stands next to the other competitor like, you on the fucking menu?
I don't understand clean barbecue.
Yeah.
The next competitor's
Right.
name is Arbor. They are a stone giant, and they believe in the art of pit cooking. You see this stone giant come out, and all he's wearing is a loincloth. He's like, mm. Next, we have a Sir Charles McCree, a human that believes that messy should be the art to barbecue and large. And this guy comes walking out, and he has like this large beard, and he's got like a leather vest on, and he's got his sleeves rolled up, and he's like, he looks sizing up the other competitors.
Probably philosophically disagrees with the halfling.
Yeah, at least.
Next, we have a competitor that traveled from afar. We have Kindred Kalu, a high elf noble of the Fey court that specializes in a barbecue that infuses exotic ingredients from their homeland. And this beautifully dressed high elf walks out and she crosses her arms. Up next, an equally peculiar person, or being as some of us would be referring him to as. Boris is the white bear. He believes in big game barbecue and an open pit style of the cooking.
Is this the same Boris that was in the city?
Nope.
Okay.
And you see this big giant bear walk out, but he's larger than you suspect. If you want, you can do an Arcana.
Sure. Um, 13.
Why is it my Arcana is the highest at a modified 20?
Jesus Christ.
Sure, why not?
Huh, 22.
Yeah, you guys
Well,
realize that in your DC is going to be lower because mage. That he has a permanency spell of giant size on him.
Fucking love that spell.
Huh?
Love that spell.
Up next, we have another interesting competitor, Hana. She is a human ranger and she only cooks whatever nature provides.
Respect that.
very respectable.
That I can agree with.
Up next, simply known as Jim, the Warforged. And he prides himself on cooking every meal to the perfect measurement.
Is he a walking barbecue?
Does Jim have OCD?
Yes, he does. And you see him come out, and unlike other Warforges where they're built like this, really almost like they take a certain, like, each Warforge has their own pride in how they look. But this one is all made of cast iron. Just a
Like him.
giant cast iron, glowing from the inside out Warforged.
So literally a walking like barbecue grill.
And you see like this massive underbite with like these like crudely filed like teeth.
That's
Could you
awesome.
imagine if he fell on you?
Oh god,
God.
you'd just be dead.
It's just pancaked.
But can you imagine how he makes like a panini?
Just,
Here you
let
go.
me see.
Up next, close to our final contestant, we have Mirrid, a male minotaur that specializes in vegetarian barbecue.
That's hilarious.
That is actually pretty funny.
And this minotaur walks out, and they have actually a giant cowbell around their neck, and you can see there's a pair of what looks like drumsticks in their back side, so they can actually ring the bell for dinner.
You always need more cowbell.
Up next is Qualili. She is an amber tiefling. Her specialty is very spicy barbecue.
It's a little too on brand.
And she walks out, and she's like practically topless. Like the noble family had to request her to put something up top, but she's just wearing like loose, like almost parachute pants for the winter, and it's like, yeah, She has just like bandages around her top, but she's completely topless outside of that. And her hair is in just like this giant flaming mohawk with little embers coming off of it.
Just reminded me of somebody from Food Wars with that description.
I could only imagine if snow hit her, you just see steam.
Probably.
Just
Would the snow actually have to hit her to turn to steam, or would it just kind of like evaporate and it just looks like she has this weird aura?
probably turns into water drop as it gets close enough, and then turns to steam once it lands on her.
So, these are the final 10 that stand before me in my judgment. I will now draw their special ingredients. So she goes over and the Keen's like, ooh. And she just motions with a massive fucking, taloned hand. Her other two arms are crossed underneath her. And you're just like, oh shit.
Oh, so she still has all 6
Yeah.
limbs. Okay.
She also has her tendrils and she also
Oh.
has her wings. And her
What
massive
happens
tail.
if like the Minotaur gets like something not vegan friendly?
We'll find out. Because I'm
There's
actually
cooking
rolling
shows that
randomness for this.
They literally have also other cooking shows that they have to prepare something with it.
Yep.
They'll go into a cooking competition expecting not to be thrown
A
curveballs
curveball.
like that.
Feisty pulls out the first one as the king stops rolling. And she cracks it. She just cracks it open in her hand. They're like sealed like spheres where you can't open them.
Hmm.
And then someone's like, "Oh shit!" You can hear it like almost like a skull being crushed. She lets the pieces fall away and looks at the ingredient. Ah, Kiri, you shall be using the aggressive plant from the 9th. And she looks very concerned. You can
Aggressive
do a nature.
hand from the 9. What?
That's a 21.
You hear this and you're instantly terrified for this poor person. Essentially, this plant, it sets down a base and it's nothing but long spiked tendrils that come out. They're almost like fish hooks. And it has like almost like a beak like opening, and it pulls whatever it's trying to eat into that and shreds it to pieces.
Yeah, I think Cayenne's ears are as like lowered or drooped as they can possibly get.
Like, do they have to fight the plant, or is it like already like cold for them?
Oh no, it's fresh.
It's as fresh ingredients as you can get.
So the thing goes around, she pulls out another one. Big breeches, your fate is this. Ah, you must actually use this ingredient. And Big Breeches looks up. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that at all. You must use the entire bison from the high caps. If you want, you can roll another nature.
Is that?
That's a 25.
This next one comes up and you listen to it and you're like, these are fucking crazy ingredients. You've heard of this bison and they're basically, they come up to basically the knee of a giant and they're often tied to giants' belts as to carry them for, and they make them fatter to get more food. And he has to use all of it
Oh, good lord.
for his ingredient.
Do I know of how aggressive they are?
They're rather docile and
just big.
they're just huge.
Just a big dumb animal, apparently. That's just relatively harmless. But like
Unless it's
huge.
fucking steps on you.
Yeah.
Unlike our bison.
Abor, Your ingredient is this. Ah, basilisk.
Oh no.
No fear, it has been defanged, but I would watch out for the saliva. Ardbor's like, you're taking the stone giant a little too on brand. And you hear the thing clanking and the next breaking. Charles McCree, your barbecue is this. Ah, this one should be interesting. A delicacy by some, this was provided by a druid last minute. And it is still alive within its tank. A baby vampire kraken.
Did you
Time out.
say
Time
a
out.
vampire kraken?
That's my
Yes.
question.
So it's like a cross between a kraken and a vampire squid?
Yes.
Oh no.
And it's a baby, so it's still
It's still gonna be pretty big.
Blood sucking fucking calamari shit is this?
Exactly. That's what
Not,
it is.
Yeah, a
not
lot of-
so.
A lot of them are looking around like confused about their ingredients. Like they've never heard of most of the stuff in their life. Like the guy's like, can't be that bad. I have to rustle my wife when she's not happy.
So, like, what the fuck is he gonna make? Like sushi with barbecue sauce?
Actually, there is a type of fish barbecue you can do.
There is.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's actually really good.
See, this is just more reason that I should have gone to that fucking festival all those years ago called Bones and Brew.
Kailu, your ingredient is this. You will be provided a few of these as they can be hostile. The
Like a basilisk and a kraken isn't.
the exploding
Vampire.
fruit of the isle.
Correct. What?
Can you repeat that?
You can you're probably sharing this with the rest of the group as you're talking about this. You can do a nature on this one, Cayenne.
Could you repeat that name?
Nature this time wasn't that great at a 9.
You've heard of it in passing, but apparently if you try to just directly cut into this fruit, it will release its spines, which are known to penetrate at least iron armor.
Oh, so a sandbox tree, basically. Or the possumwood tree. Or, you know,
I was
all
like,
of
so
its
this.
nasty names.
I was fixing to say, so I'm guessing this is not like the exploding seeds.
It's dangerous, but you're like, oh shit.
Huh.
Up next, Boris. What is your ingredient, Boris? Let's find out. And Boris is looking at the others like, she breaks it open. She's like, I'm not familiar with this one, but I'm sure it will be a challenge. But I'm not entirely sure what this is. This should be an interesting ingredient to experience. It's the meat of an intellect devourer.
Meat of an intellect devourer.
That's literally just brains.
They're
Like, literally just like a humanoid's brains.
actually rather large, though.
Yep.
Alrighty, but yeah, they're like brains.
Actually, what would I
brains.
know about those being a paladin?
Do a religion.
I don't think you got to worry about them, buddy.
Literally just a brain with limbs and a mouth.
Yeah, but it's something I might be able to share on.
Do they even have a mouth?
They do, and they
They
have
do.
a beak. 22.
You know they're from the deep dark, and they're essentially a giant fucking bulldog of brains that are hyper aggressive and will tear your head open and devour your brain.
Hopefully that thing is dead, because that's gonna be a really nasty time. They will basically break open your head and eat your brains. Hence the name Intellect Devourer. It's literally just a big sentient brain.
So brain muncher.
Yes.
Not to the point enough.
Hana, your ingredient is this willow tree. That's an interesting one.
Willow tree?
Once you get through the bark, the meat is essentially akin to that of a banana.
Hmm.
But the bark is comparable to cutting through steel.
Alrighty then.
And yes, for those playing along home, there are a few different kinds of willow trees. Jim looks over, waiting for what he's going to get. Ah, yes. Jim, your secret ingredient is this. I'm kind of curious how you're going to work with this. Your ingredient is... Shit, I actually need to roll for that. I didn't roll. 40 pounds of ground mutton. All 40 pounds must be used.
The vegetarian's got 40 pounds of mutton.
And Jim's the one that likes everything perfectly measured.
Oh.
And he
He's
has to figure
the
out
Warforged.
and he has to figure out how to measure it between every single guest perfectly without knowing the information to do that. Merit, you're up next. She's vegetarian. Draws the thing. She looks at it, looks over at the poor contestant. A razorback elephant. It's going to be interesting to see you cook that and prepare a proper meal. It's like, fuck.
Razor back elephant. All right.
That's not a lot of damn food. Like, good lord.
The razorback elephants are from the wildlands. They're usually hunted by T-Rexes. Thus their name.
I thought you were just watching Avatar again.
And lastly, our tiefling. What will you be cooking? And she's like, oh, it's a fucking crapshoot at this point, depending whatever I get. And she breaks the thing open. Ah, this shall test your skill, truly. 40 pounds of sugar. You are to make a dessert.
Barbecue.
It is a thing.
And you see them look like raise an eyebrow, like, fuck. What in the nine? I'm not going to take my father's name into vain, but what in the hell?
Oh, come on. Candied bacon.
No, it's using sugar as like enhancer. It's like has to be the ingredient. Like she has to make some type of like barbecue flavored cotton candy or something.
Oh, don't ever say those words again.
One that me and Cayenne will agree on. The pickle cotton candy. That was
Oh,
good.
yeah.
That actually was good.
Well, that pickled powder energy drink that you had us try was fucking revolting.
And yet she drinks it like it's just water.
Yeah. So they're given their ingredients and they're to go. They head down to their areas, and a lot of them are looking at each other like,
The fuck am I gonna do?
yeah, like, all right, we have the whole day to do this, but what the fuck?
Like the Warforger actually seemed to have gotten like the most simple one to work with.
The Warforged has it easy.
And Feisty,
Question.
yeah,
Make hamburgers.
Be, being a druid and at least knowing about these aggressive creatures, am I allowed to give at least one pointer?
yeah, you're free to go down and talk to the contestants and give pointers and check in on them and see what they're prepping. The area, people are allowed to watch, but there's like a quarantine of guards around it, separating them and the competitors.
I will provide
the-
my best insight to the one dealing with the.
So the
intellect
nobles are
power.
allowed to go down and watch with up close with their food. They're getting, you guys are getting appetizers right now because the barbecue's going to take all day to cook.
Yeah, I'm
Get
I'm
10
giving
dishes
advice
now.
on the vampire kraken, and I'm giving advice on the killer plant, especially the killer plant.
Yeah. Feisty goes and takes her seat and gets comfy.
Give.
Oh no,
best-
I'm watching how the guy dispatches with the fucking basilisk.
Yeah.
I'm-
that's
Taking
a good idea.
fucking notes on that
Yeah,
shit.
Hell yeah.
Be- before I go down to give advice, I'm going to get Feisty's attention and non-verbally do this to her.
She looks over and she smiles. She gives like as best of a smile as she can with a massive giant beak. But she does the motion back to you, as that's the simplest way. You're able to go up and talk to her and socialize with the other nobles.
I'll give my best advice on how to deal with the intellect devourer, because I'll just let him know, like, look, I'm straightforward with you.
Who was it?
Dangerous.
I didn't make the notes as I was going down this.
It's a brain.
Who got the who remind me, who got the basilisk?
Stone giant.
Stone giant?
Yep.
Yeah, that's so good.
So you head down there and watching how they're going to deal with this. And the one guy's standing there and he's looking at the fucking giant plant and he's like, right. Or the lizard folk, she's like, right. Don't see that every day down back home. And Breach is like, want to trade? And the stone giant's like, he walks over to his area and he heads off. About 10 minutes later, he comes back. From,
You just whack it with the club.
no, he comes back from the tavern and you see his massive axe over his shoulder. He's like, all right. He's like, and he's like, he looks over at the guards, let the fucker out. And they're like, you did sign the waiver. And they let the basilisk and goes charging right at him. And he steps aside and just brings the axe down and decapitates it. Done.
Go figure.
Entertainment
Easiest
for
way
the
to deal
city.
with basilisk is just kill it in one hit. All right.
Just every time she starts talking about the
kinda
basilisk,
want
I get
some
reminded
the
of
saliva. Not gonna lie.
one movie,
You can ask for some.
and it ain't Harry Potter.
Remind me of
Oh
the
my
stone
God.
giant's name one more time.
Starring Kevin Bacon.
And that's Arbor.
What's the movie?
Tremors.
Arbor?
hmm
Excuse me, Arbor.
He pauses. He looks around. He's like, "Oh, hello, milady."
May I please have some of the saliva?
Sure. Careful with it. I wouldn't want anybody to be upset. And he goes over and he has like a jar and he just kind of scoops some up and it just kind of looks like the slime from Ghostbusters in there congealed. Puts the lid on, uses a cloth to wipe it off so it's clean and hands it over to you.
Thank you very much. This will actually come in handy at some point.
You're welcome.
What's the saliva from?
Basilisk.
Fucking good idea.
That's going into one of my pouches of holding for sure.
You don't have them right now, remember? You're in fancy garb.
I'll find a way to secure it.
Yeah. Tremors is such an underrated movie.
Before I head off, I'm going to let him know that I'm excited to see what he makes.
He's like, I will make it in your name. What is your name?
I am Lady Cayenne.
It is my honor to cook for you, Lady Cayenne. I hope I don't disappoint. Now, I have a lot of work ahead of me.
I will leave you to it.
And you hear a high pitched hiss as Kyrie, she steps away and she's like, shit, that thing has a grip. McCree,
What'd you say?
that thing has a fucking grip. McCree, can I ask you a favor? And he walks over and he's like, what is it? I got my own mess to deal with. Would you kindly put a well-placed shot right in that thing's core? He's like, fine. And you see him pull out this rifle and he loads it with what looks like a fucking elephant gun bullet. Cocks it, aims at the fucking thing dead center and shoots it. And you just see all the tentacles fall down. Everybody like panics and moves, and the guards have their blades out instantly. Like, what the fuck was that?
I don't
From
know.
the
The
loud
last time
boom.
with Cree, I kind of figured he was going to have a flamethrower.
Hell yeah. We hear the boom.
Yeah.
I go over where that boom was.
Yeah, and you see him sitting there and he's like, one shot, one
That-
kill.
Nice shot.
That probably made Cayenne fluff up.
Oh, definitely did.
Cause you know horses and guns.
Yeah, very much. And he just pops it open, takes out the expense lane. It's almost like the 4-bore that he shot the thing with.
Go over and check this out. It's the first time he's actually seen a gun. He wants to see it.
Yeah, and you see him toss the casing aside and he goes, hits the grounding with that loud clang.
What did he kill again?
The killer plant. One 4-bore shot essentially to its core.
And
I
now we have a
remember that
three-legged
video
mouse.
from Kentucky Ballistics.
Yeah. So the festivities carry on. You're able to check in and check out things, and you're able to check out the gun from a distance.
Yes. Mr. McCree.
I have to cook barbecue.
I know, but you and I must talk. I must look at that tool that you used, please.
After I'm done making the best damn barbecue.
You got it, sir.
Return to my seat by Kippa's side and just speak with everyone there.
Kippa looks over at you. What in the hells was that noise?
That was a unique weapon.
I think Cayenne's in her seat, just kind of like, no,
Think,
no.
Think like the
No.
ship cannons, but carryable.
Why? What is the point of that?
Quick, efficient, easy. Definitely a lot more
right.
dangerous.
You say it's quick and efficient until you miss, and then you don't have anything to attack with.
You have a good club.
Right. Take it from someone that's had to hunt in the Arctic. A club don't do anything.
It's better than nothing.
You're almost guaranteed to end up on the menu at that point. Make your peace and deal with being the menu.
That's fair. How are you doing?
Well, now that I'm not restricted and I can actually enjoy food, I'm doing okay.
That's good. How is everybody else doing? Addressing to the old table.
Remember, there's that big middle part, so you would have to get up and go across to talk to the
That's
rest
right.
of the
To those in the immediate area, then.
Yeah, which is your family on one side.
Ah,
Cayenne just has 1,000-yard stare right now.
Alufa leans over and hugs you. Hey,
I'll
Hey.
hug her back.
and she,
The only words out of her mouth. Loud noises.
Coin comes over and she grabs one of your cups and pours some alcohol into it and hands it to you. I'll take the edge off.
I'm gonna get this vent show.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just studying it as I walk back up to
It's a massive shell. Like, oh my god.
What was this?
Cayenne with her drink.
Start analyzing it as much as I can.
It's like straight vodka. Like the worst kind of cheap vodka you can get.
Oh, Rostov?
It's just terrible. It's like, oh, if the alcohol is not going to soak me up, the taste will.
Yeah, that'll definitely take the edge off.
Oh. Pretty much, I'm just gonna hang out with Coin, see how she's doing.
Coin sits back down with you.
First question: are we still angry drinking?
Ooh, they're present.
That was not the time.
Yeah,
This is that would be taken away from Feisty. And the
that
whole
would
festive-
I wouldn't do. It. Yeah.
So, yeah, Coin looks over at you. Well, I'm done with anger drinking.
That's good.
Yeah. Mom's looking after your dad. I'm worried. They're both bards.
Oh, I didn't know that's what she was
Are
going
you two going to be related to sooner than
Oh, we better lay some ground rules down real quick. Like,
And your dad leans over. Huh?
there's probably a few things you shouldn't do with.
Oh, no, never. But we've already been discussing your marriage.
That's one of the things on the don't do list.
She's quite excited about you two, as am I.
Just whisper to Coin, help.
Huh?
Help.
Coin's like, Maggie, we'll get there when we get there. If you apply any more pressure, I'm going to strangle you, or I'm going to have Cayenne do it. He's like, I've overstood my bounds again. I'll stay in my cupboard.
No. It's- Don't have to go that far.
And Feisty heads down the steps to walk among the various contestants to see what they're cooking. And everybody's just like turning all in like unison, watching her like,
Get what's going on over there. We want to know what that's doing.
and because she's so tall, she has to occasionally like,
Almost take a knee just to.
yeah, and everybody's, one of the contestants like, oh shit. Like, good God almighty. So the day goes on, and you can start smelling all the various food just wafting up and to the upper area as people go about working on this barbecue sort of meal. And eventually, the time is called for it to end as everybody is ushered to their seats. And Carrie comes up as like she has like lacerations on her arm and a few scrapes and everything. She's like, she has a plate in her hand of like the weird plant that's been prepared as like barbecue, and it doesn't smell like vegetable. It almost smells like barbecued watermelon with a little bit of like aloe.
The only way I could think of that would probably taste like is probably Nobalis.
Possibly. And she walks up between everybody, and everybody gets a smell of this delicious meal, whatever she cooked. She says, she looks up at Feisty and sits down. And Feisty, as the lady that she is, takes like the most delicate of bites and she just kind of, writes something down on a document and sets the plate aside. And servants come up and bring the other plates up for everybody else to try. They're
Alright.
much smaller proportions for everybody.
I shall taste this carnivorous.
The plant itself is like it's got like that watermelonness, but it's got a little bit of that like sliminess to it of the aloe, almost like a gelatin type of consistency over it. But when you bite into it, it's like super sweet, and there's some spice to it from the actual cooking that she did. And you get then it suddenly hits you those deep, rich Cajun flavors on the very deep end of it.
Alrighty.
Really tasty barbecue. It's served with a bunch of berries and such that have been smoked and cooked.
Oh.
There's some bread there as well that was prepared.
It's really good.
And up come next is Big Britches, and he's like, craziest contest I've ever entered. Oh, look, random ingredients. Present your best. Oh, right. Whoever the last three are after this has to compete throughout the night.
No stress.
He's the one that had the vampire squid. Goes up, presents it to Feisty, and it almost smells like you would understand what it is. It's almost like a Honolulu style type of slow cooked in leaves type of calamari.
Alright.
So palm leaf cooked squid. That could actually be really good if done right. But man, if you fuck that up,
Yeah,
it
you
makes someone
can
so
smell
sick.
like the fruitiness that is present in like the actual sauce that he presented for it. And Feisty takes a few bites, makes the notes, sets it aside. You guys are each given your sampler portion, and you're surprised because the squid doesn't look like it did before. It's kind of like puffed up, almost like pork rinds.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, this is the baby vampire kraken, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's just kind of like pork rinds. You can see that they got sauces on the side with like a dipping sauce. And you see bits of like pineapple and other fruits in there.
Take some, dip it into the
Ooh,
sauce,
passion
and try
fruit
it.
and pineapple would go very well together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Passion fruit, pineapple, teriyaki.
Yesterday, I got to try a pink glow pineapple.
That sounds good.
What?
Pink glow pineapple.
So, which ones are you most curious about? Which?
Basilisk.
Yeah, basilisk would be one.
I'm just wondering if that stone giant took his abilities for granted.
The
I
stone giant one.
three.
He presents it,
Damn it, Tom.
and it's like these like almost like cube steaks type of thing. It was beat till I ever living fuck to tenderize it because basilisk meat, and kind of like fried almost like a schnitzel type of style with this deep, rich brown butter caramelized gravy over the top.
Yeah, I think that are most interesting.
And it, the taste of the basilisk itself is almost kind of like a gamier rattlesnake.
Ooh.
Be pretty good.
Basilisk, the carnivorous plant. I'm interested in what the person with the sugar pulled off.
I am curious on that
Yeah.
one too, actually.
What the vegetarian did with
Yeah, what the vegetarian did
Meat.
with their, yeah, with meat. Yeah.
so the Warforged, the cast iron Warforged.
With the
Kind of
40 pounds of
burgers.
mutton.
Yeah.
So the Warforged comes up, presents his dish, and you can see it. It defies the idea of what was supposed to be cooked. You're like, why is it in a round tin type of deal, like a almost like a pie dish? And he sets it in front of her, and she's like, she raises an eyebrow at this, and she cracks into it, takes a bite, and you're like. And she makes her notes and sets it aside, and each of you get like a little tiny one to try, so you're not full. And you realize that it's like almost like a barbecue pot pie. The outer crust itself is cornbread.
Oh, okay.
That's
Cornbread.
fucking dope idea.
And then on the inside, there's the mutton that has been cooked over an open flame and smoked and all that. And then it's served inside of a gravy type of barbecue sauce. And then the vegetables themselves have been cooked over an open flame as well.
The table will settle down soon.
Things are just falling apart over here.
Look, the table's a little off balance right now. It'll go back to normal.
And yeah, that's the Warforges with the mutton. And you're just getting all those like
I don't even know where that
smoky, sweet, savory barbecue notes as you're eating, and then the cornbread is right there mixed into like as the shell.
That's pretty cool.
What was the next one?
The vegetarian and the one who got all the sugar.
What
Yeah.
did the vegetarian have? Remind me.
I don't remember. I didn't write
I
it
know
down.
it was a meat. Wasn't that weird? It was.
It was the bison. That
Yeah,
was,
yeah, the
that
big
was
ass
the
bison,
giant
I think.
docile bison.
No, that was someone else.
That
No,
was
no,
someone else.
no. Yeah, that's right. The halfling got the full bison.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
It was an animal of some sort.
It was. I just don't remember what.
Now I don't remember at all. I thought I had an idea. Now I
The
don't.
only thing that's coming to mind is the Razorback.
I think that's what it was.
Yes.
It was.
Yeah,
Razorback
yeah,
Elk.
yeah, yeah. Pretty fucking sure.
So yeah, they come up and they present the meal, and they're like, and they just kind of smile because it's like this sense of pride they have, and they set it down and they're like, your food, my lady, and Feisty's like, she takes a piece off it. You can see like it's actually like rib on type of meat, and you can see Feisty checks and the meat just falls off, and that nice crumbliness of it.
And there must be some damn good barbecue for it to be fall off the bone good.
Ah. And she tries it, makes her notes, and each of you get like a sampler of it, and it's your classic like old like pit style type of rib cooking.
Cool.
And it's just no frills, just like she's a vegetarian. How the fuck did she pull this off?
Very liberal use of the word. Said I had to use the Razorback. You never said I had to cook the fucker. So I just cast speak with animals. And now he's my new sous chef.
No, it's definitely the elephant, but it's been turned into ribs. And there's a few bits of like sausage there, sausage links. You realize that she took other meat from it and turned it into smoked sausage links.
Nice.
Fucking love sausage.
And lastly, the tiefling walks up, and they're actually like got some flour on them a little bit. And you can see it's just like singeing off. They just kind of brush themselves off. They walk up and sit down a single slice of cake in front of Feisty. Feisty looks at them, and they're just look at the cake. And it's like this beautiful, like white cake with like thin layers of bread. Like, huh. And Feisty takes a bite of it, makes her notes, and then each of you are presented, of course, with the sample. And it's a peculiar looking, like, it's this cake. And
The barbecue meat based cake with sugar.
you take a bite of it, and you taste like the brown sugar, and you taste the cayenne in there, and you realize it's almost like a barbecue themed spiced cake with bits of cinnamon as well.
Oh, okay.
Clever.
You know what? I'd fucking try that.
That is clever.
Yeah.
A spicy cake.
Barbecue spice cake.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh my god, they actually pulled it off. And it's really hard. You're like, I don't want to be in Feisty's shoes right now because every single one of these chefs rise to the occasion of their strange ass ingredient.
You know what? I think I gotta say that might be the most impressive one. Because like it's a barbecue competition, and your main ingredient is
Sugar.
fucking sugar.
You pulled it off gracefully.
And yeah. So, from there, the voting begins with Feisty as she goes through the documentation, and it's like the king comes over and is like, "That cake is wonderful. I'm requesting it for the royal family."
It really is good. It's very impressive. Just sugar.
The king looks over at you. Lady Cayenne, what are you most impressed with?
What I'm actually impressed with the basilisk.
I've never eaten such an exotic ingredient. However, from what my sayers have said, is that it is a rather tough meat, but to have it so tender and soft and delicate, and no hint of its meat fouling, as basilisk quickly do. Quite a wonderful meal.
Very much so. As soon as you described it as a more gamey, like exotic version of a rattlesnake, I was like, "Yep, yep."
Then again, I haven't had a good fucking pot pie in I don't know how goddamn long.
Yeah, pot pie, that was an interesting one too.
A barbecue pot pie.
All of these are pretty impressive. Feisty's got to run for her money on this one.
I thought the carnivorous plant one was pretty cool too. It was interesting. I've heard that you can actually barbecue watermelon in different interesting ways. It's like, that sounds interesting.
So about an hour passes, everybody's talking amongst themselves and enjoying. The locals are allowed to actually go up and get samples of the barbecue to try that the nobles got to have, and they're like, "Oh my god!" They're all talking amongst themselves, and a few people are more inspired, like, "I want to try making something like this too." At this point, you realize none of the food is going to waste. It's being handed out amongst everybody that's present, and
Yeah.
some of the food is even being set aside to deliver to people as well. The mass amount of food that has been made is not going to waste.
Yeah, an entire elephant and that bison, that big ass bison. That's a lot of food.
40 pounds of mutton's a lot as well. Really think about exactly how much that is. That's
Look,
a
don't
lot.
get me wrong. That is a lot.
But it's not an elephant.
But it's not a full elephant.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think might have to check the Googles or ask Jeeves how much an elephant weighs. I'm fairly certain it's more than 40 pounds.
Oh, easily. Easily.
The weirdest one you probably got to try was Kailu's, the high elf from the Fey Court. You'd eat it, but it kept changing flavors.
That's the willow tree. Huh? Yeah.
Like, it went from, like, one flavor to another to another. It was just like a rainbow of different kinds of barbecue all on one plate. It was like, oh my god, that is overwhelming.
Yeah, that was an interesting one to try. It's the willow tree.
Also, Tom, the largest male elephants can weigh up to 15,000 pounds.
Last time I checked, that was more than 40.
Just a little bit.
So, Feisty goes forward, and she's like, I have announced the final three. They will be barbecuing throughout the night while the rest of us slumber, and we will partake in their meal tomorrow. I give these contestants good luck, as this is an endurance test. The first one that surprised me was the Amber Tiefling and her cake. He advances. Let's see. Big Britches is the one that had the basilisk, right? Yes.
Big Britches is the halfling.
Yeah, he had the basilisk.
No,
No, the
Stone
Stone
Giant
Giant
had the
had
Stone
was
basilisk.
Giant
the
had the
stone
best-
giant
yeah.
who had
I
the
keep getting them
basilisk.
mixed
That
up because
was
I did
Orbor.
not write these down as I went along.
Good job.
I know. I did amazing.
The stone giant's name is Orbor.
Or you get to advance as well because you cooked something that can spoil very quickly and kill people if they eat spoiled meat. At this point, you guys are all probably looking around like, fuck. And the last one to move forward is Jim, as I am rather inspired such a unique rendition of barbecue. And they all look around in the Jim's
Jim
the
had.
The mutton. He was the Warforged.
pot pies.
So how did he cook the pot pies? Did he just hold them?
I imagine it's literally just gonna flap on like his chest or his guy. Just open it up, put them in, close it, and just.
Now he has a full like actual like barbecue thing that he uses too. He smoked them mainly to cook them.
He probably doesn't need oven mitts though.
No, being cast iron himself, he's probably like the worst he has to worry about is hot welding.
I was gonna say rust.
Oh,
Iron oxide.
That'd been a crazy one. Jim gets to figure out how to prepare a Western.
Oh no. So those are the those are the remaining competitors.
Ooh, I just thought of something. I would like to request something of the chefs that didn't make the cut. Any utensils they didn't have, we can at least have something for Ace if they don't mind parting with them.
Yeah, Ace might not mind a barbecued salad fork.
So each of the winners is like, oh well, we get to advanced. All right, we survived that. Guess we can survive whatever comes next. And each of them is given an envelope with the list of ingredients that they can actually choose from and have to use for the barbecue. So moving things along, you're able to go your separate ways for the night. And
What
you're
time of day is it?
It's night.
late. in the day.
Yeah.
She literally just said.
What?
She literally just said it's nighttime.
Yeah.
That's why I asked, what time of night is it?
Yeah, it's like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, probably make sure Maggie gets home okay, and then Cornell will probably take her time getting back and just talk, see how badly I ruined her life.
I'm going to go to the bird bar to see. Not for the time, and then I'm going to go to the house, and I've got a plan I'm thinking of potentially helping Maggie transition out of the closet.
So, you go talk to Coin. As you're talking to Coin and taking care of that, Maggie goes over to Feisty and is like, "You all right?" And she just kind of shrugs.
Quite a difficult choice to make there, wasn't it, Feisty?
She looks over at you. It was.
A lot of good food. Which one was your favorite?
All three are equal. That's why I chose them.
That's fair. How are you doing, Maggie?
Maggie's like, "I'm old. I'm out of place. And yeah,
I don't think you're out of place. I think you're right where you need to be, amongst those that care. In good company with the people who stand by your side.
just kind of nods a little bit, like, not sure if he actually fully believes that because of his past. And Feisty's like, "I'm gonna go nap." And she just stands up, and suddenly you feel very tiny, Scabbard, as she stands up.
It's probably like, is this how father felt?
Like, She's a big girl. So you're able to each go off in your separate ways too, and you head to the bar. And the bar is actually closed because everybody's down enjoying this barbecue
I
celebration.
kind of figured that's
Yeah.
what would happen, so we'll just head over back to the house.
Before Feisty leaves, I think Cayenne would approach her and raise her arms up like this, like uppies, because she wants to give her a hug without grabbing her leg.
Feisty turns around and looks at you, Cayenne, and she's like, "Hmm." You see her tilt her head a little bit, and it's that kind of like that curious bird tilt. And she comes over to you, and she's like, "Don't scream." And she puts her two bottom arms under you and lifts you up off the ground into a hug at her height.
That's what I was hoping for.
And you look over and you see Cayenne got uppies, and you're like, "Holy shit!"
Cayenne, airborne. I will probably return with Kippa back to the house.
Hey, Cayenne is airborne.
Wish everybody a good night.
And
I,
Feisty said,
I probably just hear you going,
"Your
Oh.
mic died."
it didn't die, it just didn't pick up that high-pitched sound. I just hear high-pitched squeaking.
Ah.
Squeaks of joy.
Oh, is Mongo still here?
He's over with Coin.
Yeah. Yeah, once he
Feisty
made sure that Maggie got home
sets
okay.
you down and it looks over at you and it's like, "Would you like to join me?"
Sure.
And she has like a little satchel with a bunch of the barbecue in it, and she heads off in a direction. She's not hard to lose in a crowd. And go ahead.
Oh, I was yawning.
Yeah, we're all getting there. I want to get this done. We're almost done. So Feisty actually heads to the temple and heads into it. And the head lady of the temple looks over and goes, "Holy shit. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't, sorry. Oh, well, that's a unique visitor. All kinds, they say. Who have you come to pray to?" And Feisty looks over. "I've come to see Thought and bring him a gift." She's like, "Oh." And she hands over a small satchel and hands it to the lodger. And she's like, "What's this for?" "It's for you. Samples of the meals that we had at the barbecue." And she's like, "Wow. Thank you for your kindness. I wasn't expecting. Can I go? I'm going to go enjoy this. Careful not to break anything in the temple." And you realize, that the large statue in the middle of this fight, you can almost look at it eye to eye because she's so tall. Fuck. And Feisty goes and sits down on the tile floor, and Bot comes over and is talking to Feisty, and you realize they actually have more of a relationship than you would have thought. She gives him some barbecue.
That's an adorable mental image.
Yeah.
Big Feisty next to little Thought.
And Fought sits down next to her, and he's like, and just kind of, nibbling on the barbecue and talking to Feisty about, just miscellaneous things in his day and the things that he's had to help. He's like, this one person came in, and they had growths around their butthole, and Fought had to examine it. We did a prayer, and it was okay.
God. That's so terrible.
I'm just going to assume hemorrhoids. I'm just going to assume.
We cleared it right up. Clear as a sunny day.
I suppose you could say clear as a full moon.
Cayenne, did you get to partake in the food? You looked pretty.
Thank you, Fought. I did. There was a lot of good food and it was tough choices.
God is sure that Feisty has made the right choice on what to pick because Feisty is smart.
He always
And
makes the
feisty.
best choices.
And Feisty just kind of just
Mhm.
her usual response, like mhm. And yeah, she spends some time there with Claude, just listening to his day, and I realize that again this might be a common occurrence that she actually stops daily or invites Spot to the temple from up to where she's at to just share his day.
I like that.
So you're going to talk to Coin, and Coin's like, "Look, I'm not angry drinking anymore."
Which is good, but I know that was kind of a bombshell, to say the least.
Look, you might as well have lined me up in front of a battalion ship and just let them take pot shots at me.
I wasn't trying to ruin your day or week or
Or-
month.
Or even worse, you could have just like been in front of your dad and be like, "No, I don't like her." That would have been equally as bad.
But once Kippa told me, I wanted to try to find the right time, but it just there isn't one for something like that.
There's never a right time, Mongos, to drop such news. We just have to take the news and deal with it in our own way. Mine just involves compulsive drinking. But I don't think I've ever spent that much platinum between 3 days.
Kippa did mention it was a little bit more than usual.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
So, that was an interesting display. When did Feisty start walking around like normal people? What other crazy tricks does she have that we don't know about?
Yes, I can figure as soon as Feisty gets the idea to do something, she can do it.
Oh, all right. Well, here we are enjoying a wonderful meal in her honor, and she's being minted. She's getting her own coin. Wow. And she works with the nobles. And... Okay.
Oh yeah, no, nobles love her.
Oh, I mean, it's wintertime and she's big and furry.
I mean, she spent how much time with the lady over in the last kingdom that we spent time in?
Yeah, that's fair. So, you're going to be going on a trip, and I have to take care of the homeland.
Yeah, no, as soon as I get a chance, we're stopping by Paw's End and hanging up a new management sign.
Mongo, I'm going to tell you this once, and this is a warning, much like Kippa gives to Scabbard. You go over there to where you're going and you die, I'm going to hire Osling to seance you back so I can punish you. You don't have permission to die until I say so.
I appreciate that, and I hope you never say so. But I figure at the very least, since it kind of ruined a lot, at least getting you a few answers is The least that I can do.
Nothing is ruined. It's information that would have happened at some point, probably. Look, it's better to rip out the, stray whisker than to just let it fester.
Yeah, if you ever need a whisker ripped out, Scav's the one to fucking help.
I once saw a
Or me.
fellow tabaxi, or Feely folk, get stuck in a glue trap. Their barbarian friend tried to rip him free.
Oh God.
They
Love
were
a waxing.
they wore a long hair.
Oh God, all the blood. Ow.
So, from that experience, they got the nickname Patches.
Makes sense.
You're incorrigible.
What? I'm not making noise.
We're just taking it apart, putting it back together, just to take it apart again.
So,
Makes this noise.
she just gives you a hug, and she actually stumbles a little bit, and her nose boops your nose, and she's like, "Oh, nobody saw that."
Did Scav see it? Because he's walking over there.
Perception.
Damn you. Let's see. That was an 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Yeah, you saw it.
You two are adorable.
Yeah, I'm precipitating something over Scav's eyes.
Huh?
Putting something over Scav's eyes.
You just see a black bar appear there,
Hey,
and every time you move, it just follows your vision.
can you not? I need to be able to walk home with Kippa. Besides, I have something for you two, but I cannot give it to you now. It's actually at home, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow after the festivity.
So basically what he's saying is you have nothing right now.
Kip is like, "Oh, he has something. I've seen it."
I think you two will like it.
I don't need to know how you guys created that egg.
That's that. Ongo? I'll take another whisker.
No,
See-
you won't, sir.
See, what did I tell you? Need whisker removal? He's the one to talk to.
Besides, what I actually have
Mongo.
for you.
If Scabbard happens to remove a whisker, you can remove a face scale in exchange.
What I have for you two, I think you'll like. Cayenne and I worked hard on this.
Despite the fact that it's not necessary.
Can you get rid of this, please?
And you actually see him move it, and it knocks over a cup.
So it's like physically there.
That's crazy as shit.
Yeah, hold on. And gonna make it look like I'm trying, but it's not working. Oh shit. Hold on.
Kippa looks over at you.
Do I notice the kippa look?
Yeah,
Nah, damn.
it's almost burning.
Have it start fading away.
Thank you. By the way, spoke to Maggie for a little bit. Interesting talk. I don't know if he believes in us, to be honest.
Well, he's got a lot of trust issues based off of what happened.
True. We really gotta fix whatever happened to him.
Yeah,
To
he
right
was
all the
tortured for
wrongs.
400 fucking years. It's not going away overnight.
No, it's not, but we still gotta right all the wrongs that were done to him. We got a lot of work ahead of ourselves, too. You two have a good night. And with that, I will take my leave with Kippa.
So, yeah, you take your leave with Kippa. You take your leave with Maggie and Coin. Feisty walks you back home, Cayenne.
I'm gonna show her that the stone giant contestant gave me something useful for later. I'm gonna show her the basilisk saliva.
She looks at you and she's like, if anyone can figure out how to use that, I'm pretty sure it would be you.
I figure since we're gonna be going to the burning temperament, I think it might be useful.
You should be understanding your enemy, and Basilisk is apparently one of those that are there.
We were told this by the emissary and quite a few other deadly critters and fauna and flora. I'm actually kind of excited.
Huh. Well, you will find a path forward as you always do. And as you head inside, Lumion comes over and he walks up to you and he's like, I received a delivery of oh, feisty. A delivery of barbecue. And it's weird seeing someone taller than Lumion, especially towering over him. Like, I received your delivery of the barbecue. However, I have put it in a suspended state so that, pardon the unintellectual nature of this, I don't know how to eat it.
Oh my god. How do you not know how to eat barbecue?
So
Don't
I
forget
have
the same guy who didn't know how to do milk and
This
cookies.
makes me sad. Like physically, like I actually have like, yeah.
It looks
So-
like Cayenne will be teaching him.
How to eat barbecue.
so I lean on my wife to teach me how to actually eat such a meal. I feel so uneducated. It's a wonderful experience.
He's learning new skills even though he's the master of knowledge. It must be humbling in a weird way.
He knows how to eat Fey food, though.
Oh yeah. And Feisty looks at him like, stranger and stranger, the more we discuss things, Lumion. I'm going to leave you both to your interesting trade. You each have a good night.
Thank you, Feisty. I had a lot of fun today.
Tomorrow we get to sample the finals.
I'm excited.
And Feisty heads out, and Lumion, you get to spend the night teaching Lumion how to eat barbecue, or as he was not able to attend as he had a lot of work to attend to.
Yeah.
So you're able to head home.
Probably sit with Kippa in the room with the egg and tell stories to the two of them of our adventures. Of course, leaving out all the gory details and more or less just making it seem like just adventurous.
Lying to the egg already.
Don't want to upset Kippa because she's squeamish. Said leaving out the gory details.
So you're able to head home with Coin and Maggie, and Maggie heads to his cupboard in the wall. And he hangs a sign outside that says recharging the old mana bar. His batteries are dead. And Coin's like, bed.
Tomorrow I'll start trying to figure out how to Well, once we get to the Burning Temple, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to stop either Nikolai or Scav, or well, both of them from being arrested.
Oh, you have fun with that, because
Oh.
I'm expecting to have to post bail for someone.
Oh no, I figure all I gotta do is just jab him with like a needle or something and like, hit him with a sleep spell. That ought to do it.
I know. Um, Pulse might have a solution for that.
Yeah, I'm making tranquilizer darts for your asses.
Alright.
That's pretty funny. Cayenne approves. So,
I still highly believe that Poltz and Fought would be the cutest couple.
that
One
would
of the
be such
oddest.
a chaotic couple.
I don't know, I'm almost kind of feeling like Feisty and Fought.
An awkward
That-
couple.
That would be really different.
Wouldn't be awkward, but wouldn't be the first time the little guy went after someone bigger.
So, next day, you guys are able to get up, slight barbecue hangover, but get your bearings right and head to the stage for the final barbecue thing. Lumion is able to join you for this one. You guys spent a little while last night teaching him how to eat barbecue, and it was about as humbling as him learning how to eat a cookie.
It was a fun experience.
He didn't understand the concept of barbecue should technically be a messy affair, and kept trying to precipitate his hands clean after everything to keep clean.
Kind of with one that one though. Cat.
And yeah, you're each able to take your seat, and the last three contestants, they look fucking beat.
I'm sure they probably put all 3 course sets back on her again, so I'll help her with one of them on the way there.
Like, ugh.
Just the claw just
And Feisty sits down, and the first person that walks up, and they're like, and you see there's 3 trays now, 3, and they had to prepare a 3-course meal, an appetizer, a main, and a dessert,
Oh damn.
using a set ingredient list. A special kind of fresh hell. And everybody's presented with their barbecue, and everybody's kind of watching, and Carrie, she looks exhausted and cranky, as you can understand. The lizard folk, or no, she was one of the finalists. Arbor and Jim and the Tiefling. Tiefling looks extra spicy because she's been up all night. She didn't get any of her beauty rest. Arbor walks up, and he's like, "There's 3 courses per the category that I was assigned. Feywild cuisine." And you see all these interesting things that are there, like some sort of Feywild meat, and you can see that as the light hits it, it sheens a different color, and Spicy takes a bite of the various things, and the dessert is almost like this translucent type of jello with berries floating in it. You can see the berries just kind of suspended, and moving within it, and the appetizer is some sort of Feywild salad. Cheddar. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, troublemaker.
What? What was doing?
Comes over and just stiff tail smacks me.
Yeah, cheese. Can you not
And
cheese?
you're each able to get your small sample
Cheddar.
plate of it as well. I'm sure Cayenne is all over that salad like white on rice.
Cheddar.
Yep.
You get into
No.
you dig into the salad. While there is an element of barbecue there, the leaves themselves are almost like eating a crisp type of cotton candy flavor.
That checks.
And then there's like these berries, and you bite into them, and they're almost like a blueberry slushy that has been smoked.
Okay.
That's kind of strange, but it's like, oh, that actually kind of works. It's almost like a when you
Smoked blueberries?
but when you bite into it and you eat it, it's almost kind of like a blueberry smoked cobbler.
So, like, if you were to make a blueberry cobbler and char the edges,
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I got so much time for that. It's not even fucking funny.
that
And
that
love
I've had
blueberries.
before.
and the main part of it almost tastes like it's an odd flavor. It's almost kind of like eating equivalent of a meat of similar to an angel food cake in texture.
I
But
can
there's,
approve
like-
of that.
It's completely infused with like these flavors of barbecue because it was just like marinated in it and then it was cooked. And the notes are taken, and then the next one, the Warforged comes up and is like, Jim, it looks like he's a little disgruntled because of his list, and he's like, I
I love
have
blueberries right
calculated
now.
and measured this interesting ingredient list provided. I present to you a barbecue made in the Moon Elf category.
Moon elf, kind of like made out of moon elf.
And you can see like some meats there, and a really interesting trick happens as he reveals like the main course. You can see the meat just develops like this nice crispy shell as the light hits it, almost like you can see like almost like the dessert's like a little cobbler, but you can see like almost like little flowers on top of it. And then the appetizer is looks to be some sort of bison that has been candied and smoked.
Alright.
So, so you get your little sampler of that, and the meat itself is like really fascinating. It's kind of like a elky type of taste, but also with a pork crackling because of the light hitting it.
You said elk.
And the cobbler, the low flowers, are almost like pop rocks.
Hell yeah.
That's interesting.
So the tiefling comes up and she's like, she walks up and she sets it down at the 3 trays. And I present to you the Arctic Circle barbecue. Kip is like, he just kind of looks over like, do you now?
Yeah, now.
And the tiefling looks over like,
Oh,
uh-oh. And the tiefling's like, may I inquire how you're familiar with Arctic Circle barbecue? And Kip is like, let's just say that my family is somewhat of an expert, especially my father. And you
Oh,
actually see
boy.
the tiefling look a little bit nervous for once, like,
My wife is one hell of an expert in it, but that is still up for Feisty to decide. But let us be known, judgment will be held.
and it's kind of almost like a seal type of meat. You can see that it's been like rather slow cooked. The fat on it is almost like a nice, soft, flavored gelatin of pure barbecue.
Hmm.
And the appetizer is almost like a snow cone type of salad with various fruits that you can pop into the actual ice to like flavor it.
That actually sounds
That's kinda
really
cool.
good.
And then the dessert itself is, surprisingly enough, this tiefling is flexing their baking muscle. They've made some sort of barbecue cheesecake.
You know,
And it's a smoked brown sugar cheesecake.
that could work really well.
I'd make some time for that.
That would work really well, especially
That
if
could-
they
that could
smoked it with
fucking
something
work.
like cherry wood or something like that, like something that'll give it a sweet flavor.
And there's pieces of like caramelized some sort of like cinnamon type of taste on it. It's another repeat of like them referring to cinnamon, but then you also taste some like nutmeg mixed in there, and it's like all those really nice fall flavors mixed with the smokiness of the actual like cheesecake itself.
I could go for a good slice of fucking cheesecake.
And
It's
yeah,
been a while since I had it.
Kippa is sitting there and she takes a few bites of the various things and she just pushes the plate away very gently.
Oh, did not eat up to Kippa's standards.
I'll use message with her. How is it?
Probably doesn't go through.
You just get a loud sigh.
Does Mongo notice this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll try to. I don't know how far away she is, but
She's down a bit further.
yeah. Kip and I we've gotten to know each other a little bit, so it's just
Yeah.
like see her push it away. And it's like like the nonverbal communication, trying to discern like, was this not good or are you full?
So, you're familiar with some nobility things. When she pushes the plate away, so normally, like in this situation, if you're sitting down your fork, you'd put it like where the curve of it is like this, so the back of it is facing up. She does the most insulting thing possible, and she puts it the other way down.
She's not a fan.
Oh,
And the Lumion looks over and is like, you hear Lumion swallow really heavily, like, ooh, I think the Arctic Circle just blew in next to me.
oh shit! For Kippa to fucking do that, dude, she just struck a fucking nerve right there.
And
If Feisty finds out, that's points against her.
I'm pretty sure Feisty may have seen.
yeah, Feisty did see it, and Feisty looks over and is like,
Authentic Arctic barbecue. Ooh.
Feisty just looks over at Kippa and raises an eyebrow or like, is there an issue with the meal? Kippa's like, speak freely? Feisty's like, of course. The only thing good about this meal is the dessert. Everything else is an insult to my people.
Damn.
And the tiefling just like swallows and just like nearly falls over like, oh.
That was the smoked brown sugar cheesecake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feisty's like, oh. And Kippa's like, I will clarify myself. The food itself is presentable and wonderfully flavored. I understand it is from your qualification of understanding it, and you wouldn't understand the proper ways to prepare this meat according to my people, much less a proper appetizer. But I can respect what you have presented here. However, I cannot partake in the appetizer nor the main course, as it is too much of an insult to my people and what they do with this. The dessert, however, I will give a pass as it's a refreshing take. And the tiefling's like, oh, fuck.
Kippa, perhaps any pointers for them to prevent any future, mistakes like this?
Oh, I will speak to them after this in private.
Understood.
And the tiefling's like, okay, I might not make it out of here alive. And the queen actually looks over and is like, oh, well, that's amusing. And the tiefling looks over. Was I purposely led into an ingredient list that was going to put my head on a chopping block with a noble? And Feisty looks over. The lists were randomly handed out. You unfortunately drew that list. And Feisty just looks over and is like, I will simply judge you on what my preference is of the meal without any inside or outside interference. I respect Kippa and her people and their meal. However, this is for me to choose. It's like, oh, this is going to be controversial. If I win. So you're able to talk amongst yourselves, and the person leaves. The tiefling leaves like, I'm so fucked.
The
My-
fire tiefling is sweating.
My heart goes out to the tiefling.
So we do have a general idea of what Arctic food actually does taste like because Kippa's mother cooked for us for one of the weddings. Was it up to par on that level? Probably not, but how close was it?
Completely different, opposite direction.
Oh,
Ugh.
was
Yeah,
it?
you're able to talk to Kippa now about the
Well, it's
situation.
just like what she said. Like the food's prepared fine. It's just not the right way.
You know, when you're given a task of, okay, do this the traditional way, and you come up with something that is non-traditional,
They were simply giving a category and the ingredients within that category to interpret into a barbecue.
Yeah.
They didn't have to replicate a style.
Did they say that it was traditional Arctic?
No.
Okay.
What style did the stone giant have?
Feywild.
I thought it was Moon Elf.
Yep, that was the or kid.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's the Warforged.
That was the Warforged.
Jim, yeah,
Yeah.
Jim had the Uno.
Yeah, you would
Jim-
actually be able to ask Lumion regarding the Feywild one, what his thoughts were.
I'm going to consult with Lumion on how he felt with the
Also,
Feywild
Lufa.
rendition.
Alufa as well, because she is from the Feywild directly.
I'll consult with both of them.
Yeah. Alufa looks over. Feywild cuisine is, Feywild cuisine is Feywild cuisine. So it's constantly changing and evolving, and flavors are always different. So what they prepared for us is perfectly within those boundaries and acceptable. Now, Lady Kip, on the other hand, has certain standards because their style isn't as in flux. But what we had was good and a good representation of Feywild cuisine.
I
Lumion's
thought
like,
it was really good.
Lumion's like, it was good food. Yes, good food. Delectable.
It's really
So-
unfortunate in regards to the Arctic barbecue.
Kippo looks over, is like, I'm not holding against them. I'm not the judge of it. They can cook it however they want. But if you're going to bring me the food of my homeland, you need to do it right.
Agreed.
The cheesecake portion is absolutely delicious, though.
It did. It did. I cannot deny, the food was good, but it had nothing, and even remotely close to your mother's cooking.
Let's just be thankful that my parents are not here to eat it. My mother would drag that poor tiefling into the kitchen, and they would spend the entire week there.
Educating her.
So, who do you guys think actually won this?
I'm going with Orbor. not because of the interaction from the top 10, but just because of how different, like between the cuisine of stone giants, peoples, and how different the Feywild is.
Yeah.
I think that is really interesting.
Yeah.
I would say the moon elf style of barbecue, simply because that just sounds like something that would be remarkably difficult to pull off. Something that's way outside the norm, and presentation is a huge part of plating anything that's good. Like if you make a good dish, you want to make sure it also looks good too.
Well, Arbor also presented a very beautifully plated dish that
True.
But
Uh,
the incorporating the effects of exposing the food to light, pretty freaking cool.
Yeah. I
So-
will agree on that.
Yeah.
So, the Feisty goes back, samples all the foods again, and she gives it an absolute winner. I could just roll a d3 because all of them were pretty fucking cool.
Although I think, me personally, whoever had the blueberries, that's. But I'm just a sucker for blueberries, so.
Oh, what if the tiefling actually won despite the humiliation on the stage?
It again, like you said, it comes down to Feisty's the sole judge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's her opinion that matters. Now, she absolutely respects what Kippa said. But if Feisty's just still enjoys the way that it tastes, that's who she's gonna pick.
Yeah, like somebody can take make something as a take on a traditional food that is literally completely outside the traditions of the food, but it can still taste delicious.
And Kipper herself did say, like, it tasted good. It just, that's not the way it's supposed to be done.
Cayenne has plans for the tiefling regardless.
Uh-oh. Are they good
It
plans
is-
or bad plans?
They're good plans.
I think all three options there had a good chance at the win of it. It would be interesting if the Tiefling still won. Everyone loves a good comeback story. Let's be honest.
Well, I would say instead of kind of yeah.
So, when the votes actually come down to it, Feisty heads up to the podium. She looks around and she's like, so, the grand barbecue. Some interesting spectacles in the very last round that were not accounted for. However, I have made my tally. Barber, you will be the first place. The unfortunate Amber Tiefling, you will be second place despite the differences with a member of the Tasty. And Jim, you will be last. And the Tiefling's like, oh, I'm not getting executed. And the king comes over and he hands each of them a sack of coins. And kind of like a medal they can put on or an ornament they can wear as a sign that they've won this barbecue in Casil.
Look at Joe. The ribbon hold the metal for it
Oh my god. So with that, the barbecue festival has come to an end and everybody can talk to the winners and losers. And the tiefling walks over to Kippa and she's like, "Me lady, may I speak?" Can't wait. Kippa's like, "Of course, go ahead and say something." And she's like, "I am absolutely sorry for how I represented your people, But I was given a list of ingredients and the region they were from, and I tried to make something within those boundaries. And Kip was like, I understand it, but I cannot eat something that insults my people. I'm sure you understand that. And the cook, she's like, yeah, I do. I get it. But you did like the cheesecake. So that's a win.
Don't get it wrong. It was delicious food. It just wasn't done correctly.
I don't even know how to bake. She's like, well, at least I got second place. And she starts to head off the stage after bowing to Kippa. So if you want to, you can go ahead and grab the tiefling before she heads off.
I am.
Okay.
It's gonna be like the most like just normal, like nonchalant, like centaur trot over to her.
Yeah, she hears you come over and she's like, oh no, did I insult someone else with the food? Oh no.
No, I actually really enjoyed everything that you've made.
Oh, thank you. I thought someone else was going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, you insulted my culture too.
I actually had something to ask of you.
Oh, uh, of course.
I was wondering if you wouldn't mind helping prepare like desserts or any kind of food that you really enjoy from your people for my wedding ceremony.
Oh, 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 congratulations. I would be honored, but I am not making barbecue for your wedding. I will make something else that will be delightful.
No, I would like for you to prepare any kind of food that is from your homeland.
Oh, that is a strange request, as my people eat some strange foods, but I will present a. How many courses would you like for the meal?
Honestly, just 3 courses.
Okay.
Or you can just prepare a dessert if that's your favorite thing to make as well.
In my people's traditions, when we have a binding ceremony, it's usually a 24-course meal.
Oh,
That's a lot of courses.
a lot of food.
Now, usually the bigger the number of courses, the smaller the amount of food on each plate is.
It's like, oh
Yeah.
God. She looks at you and she's like, I will be more than happy to cook at your wedding. I will be in contact to present the menu for your approval.
And I look forward to it.
And she just bows gently. Thank you for this honor.
I will bow back.
And she heads off to prepare things, and she seems a bit happier now that she's not being executed, much less cooking for a royal family.
Yeah.
And
Well, the second place prize.
Just
Yeah.
being just not being executed is a very good reason to be happy.
Cayenne may have like a special place in her heart, not only for goblins but for tieflings.
Oh yeah, amber tieflings are pretty cool. So as the barbecue festivities come to an end, and the party begins to disperse in their own directions, talking amongst the winners and the losers and such. But that's where we're going to end tonight's session, and we're going to jump into the post-mortem. Tom, what was your favorite moment?
Getting to hear all the descriptions of the food made me hungry. I really want like a handful of fucking blueberries right now.
Yeah, I finally got to go fucking ham with like food descriptions.
Yeah.
Uh, what about you, Nate?
Favorite moment. You know what? The exchange of the god awful, terrible jokes.
I had fun with that one too.
Like, I
You laughed at a few of those.
That made my eyes hurt a little bit.
There's a couple of them that made me cringe. Not gonna lie.
that's probably my favorite part. Exchange of the terrible, terrible, criminal level jokes. You're proud of yourselves, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Terrible, terrible people you are.
When did we ever claim
Nikolai
to be
still ha-
anything else?
Nikolai still has to have that meeting with whoever McCree with the gun.
Yeah. Getting actually, yeah. That's I almost forgot about that. Getting actually exposed to actual firearms in the game. Like, all right.
Yeah, the guy who shot the proto salad.
that was pretty dope. Like, all right, I gotta. He's totally studying that shell to figure out like how it works. The whole time during the presentation, he was studying the shell and gets food, he'd take a bite, and then go right back to studying it, trying to figure out how it works.
What about you, Scav?
I actually had 3.
All right.
The reveal of Feisty and her new form, really awesome. The actual the whole cooking event itself, and of course Kippa being extremely judgmental
That was pretty cool.
of the actual tieflings take on Arctic barbecue with
has a-
someone from the Arctic there.
Hippa has a way with words. What about you, Cayenne?
I've got 3.
All right.
The meeting with the emissary and learning about all the different types of creatures in the burning temperament. Especially learning that there's actual like carrion birds there, especially vultures, because you know me, I love my vultures.
Oh, wait until you get a whole load of these vultures.
Mario was not looking forward to it.
Or be like, oh, new friend. Oh shit, it wants my fingers.
It tells me we're in for a rough time.
Oh yeah.
Next after that would definitely be the entirety of the barbecue festival, especially seeing Feisty's new form. Actually, I've got 4. After that, it would be going with Feisty to the temple to see Fought. Seeing
Oh,
them
yeah.
interact and seeing how their relationship has grown is the most adorable thing ever.
Yeah, they're like buddies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you really are.
And then teaching Lumion how to eat barbecue.
Yeah.
I'm sure he knew how to eat the cake because I'm pretty sure he's had cake before, at least a Feywild variant.
Yeah, that's easy enough. It's the rest of it he didn't know.
Like,
Yeah.
Some of my favorite parts are always like the massive lore dumps I get to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that interaction with Maggie and learning about Igum is amazing, especially learning about how from Cayenne's homeland of her people, not just centaurs live there.
Yeah.
Kinkus actually live there too.
Yep. Learned of one of their customs too, as well.
It's basically like Halloween thrown in with like other seasons all year round, just a spooky vibe.
It's a really cool place. The Foglands are really like such an interesting place to go.
Yes, and I expect Cayenne to learn bits and pieces more about it as time goes on.
Yep. Because now you know the basically the afterlife where people go is Yigam, and then it's like learning about the actual homelands is going to be interesting.
Yes.
So it's like there's a lot of lore dumping. This was a big episode because I want to get all the barbecue done in one episode.
Yeah.
So I had a lot to fit in here. So
Mongo also learned how to kill a basilisk. Not really gonna work for him.
also
Yeah,
Mungo
that
with
kills
Coin basically being like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Yeah, that was funny actually when Mongo said something along the lines of, and then one day we'll go to Falls End and you know put up a new management site, and then immediately mine was there. Mongo, and I thought like really making it there, like she wasn't interested in like doing that at all. Like that's what she was gonna call it if I found out that you've done anything there.
Yeah, I kind of got that too.
That's where I thought Melina was going.
There was a lot of good moments this session, and it like I really enjoy just I yammered on a lot tonight, but there was a lot to yammer on about.
Yeah.
So with that, we are going to close the doors to the tavern for the night with our favorite moments and highlights shared. We'll be back in 2 weeks, and 2 weeks is going to be I think it's going to be that session.
Please forgive our recap.
Is it 2 weeks?
Yeah, we have 2 weeks off.
We'd be
The
back
recap-
we'd be back in 3
The
weeks.
recap is going to be ugly.
Show before.
Wh-
Say goodnight, everyone.
Yep.
If you want to chat with us during that downtime, we will be on the Discord, and I'm always free to open up and talk about more campaign-related lore and mechanics and stuff like that that are directly related to my game. And yeah,
Yeah, we need somebody to chat movies with.
we do that too. Might have something coming in addition to that. I'm kind of sitting on and hoping for. So we will say goodnight and be safe and be merry.
Happy Halloween.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Happy holidays.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.